Good morning. Good morning. Hello, 13 jurors. It is Friday Eve. Hello, hello. I'm glad to see y'all bright and early on this morning. While I have finished getting a few things done, I went ahead and turned on yard cam for y'all so y'all could get a little beach view this morning. Everybody say hello to 80s Music Man as he's trying to sneak in again. He's like the worst sneaker ever. And he should have been here early, like the rest of our friends and those who were first in the tailgate. So let's say hello to first in the tailgate, getting the party started. Yay. Thank you for coming in, getting the party started. I was here early. I just love to sneak in. Lies. I'm just joking. Hello, 80s Music Man. I will not pick on you quite as bad today. That's probably a lie. But hello, welcome. Let's see. We have Aussie Gardner just gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's see. It went to Kay Scarpetta. Congratulations. That is your Friday Eve gift from this morning. I hope that everybody had a lovely Wednesday. Who got to go outside and see the blue moon? Did anybody get to go see it? I took some pictures and it was like incredible. There were some clouds, but not too bad. Like the clouds that came, hold on, this is going to be bad. I'm about to mess this up. Nope, I didn't mess it up this time. Look at me go. Look at me go. The clouds kind of did some cool things where it was like created some cool, it was almost like a, all of a sudden this is popping up. Okay, let me rewind that a little bit. This feed is so strange. It just starts in the middle of nowhere and ends in the middle of nowhere. So it had some cool things where it like created some cool like cloud coverage stuff, but it was really pretty and it was really bright. And then I started thinking about it. That's what brought the trolls in yesterday. It's the full moon. So, and shout out to our mods because I had texted them. I was like, it's like whack-a-troll. Like instead of whack-a-mole, it's like whack-a-troll. Because as soon as I say they, let's be honest, we all know it was the same one on 3 different accounts. But as soon as that person came in, it was like whack-a-troll. It was like they immediately like block, zap, move, banned. It was awesome. Y'all are the best. And I love y'all so much. You are incredible. So a couple things. We have our first episode of the podcast, the actual, not the stream, but the actual podcast, anywhere you get your podcast, Apple Podcasts, or that's where I listen to mine, or, wherever, basically anywhere. I did the first episode. The Christina's story is only going to be 2 episodes because it's a short trial. So the first one is out and it was published this morning. So if y'all missed any of it or you want to go do a recap or pick up on any of the stuff that we went over, it is out now. Listen, you don't even have to pay attention. Just put it on. Maybe just hearing our voices. Well, okay, it's it's my voice. But regardless, put it on. Give us a share. Give us reviews. That helps. And help get the words out. Look at the picture of the clouds. There's a middle finger. Which, oh gosh, the one I posted? Oh, my beach camp. Oh. Well, that's for the trolls. You're welcome. Look at there. I also, excuse me, is now sneaking in the podcast. I also am going to do a podcast episode on this, but I'm not going to start on this one until the other one is finished, which will probably be Friday, just because the people who don't watch the stream but listen to the podcast, it can be confusing to kind of have two going at the same time. So we'll have one more episode of Christina's story, and then I'll have an episode of this one out after that. So, but go listen, give us reviews. It helps. And share with your friends. Put us on in the car. Put us on while you're just driving to wherever people drive to these days. Work, grocery store, Texas. I don't know where people drive to. So that is out, and I'm excited about these. So now we have our day 2 is just now starting of the Hollywood sex therapist murder trial. Since we did our vote on doing this one yesterday, I kind of just threw it together real quick yesterday, but I did a more, because Lord knows, however many times we have, no matter how many times I say, this is what this is, whatever, we will always have people coming in. It's just how YouTube works. People come in when they can, and I love it. So we'll always have people that are coming in and wanting to be caught up. So on the description of this one, as opposed to yesterday, I put a little bit more information. So basically kind of a Cliff's Notes version. So if I can't see every comment, although I do try, y'all, but if people come in and, or if you're new to this one and you want like a quick rundown, I put like a Cliff's Notes version in the description of the video. So that way, if people are popping in wanting to get caught up and know what's going on, just if I miss the comment, just let them know. There's I've got I'm going to try to make sure that the descriptions of everything are the Cliff's Notes version to get people caught up so that they don't come in just completely lost about what's going on. Excuse me, ma'am. If you could just read the description. Thank you. I actually was a little bit late because I was watching Kathy's video. Actually, hold on just a second, because I noticed something when I was watching Kathy's video this morning. Let's see. Kathy is, let's see. Oh my gosh, aliens. All of my stuff just froze. Are aliens back? Kind of missed them. The aliens, are they? I think our aliens are back. Oh, I've kind of missed them. That's exciting. Oh, hey, aliens. Oh, we've missed y'all at 4 o'clock every day. It's good to see you. Oh, happy Friday Eve, aliens. Okay, so, aliens, they like true crime too. Okay, so Kathy is only like 70 away from hitting. Hold on, let me pull it back up because the aliens kicked me off of it. Dang aliens. I tell you, boy. They sure know how to come in and okay, 70 away from 3,000 subscribers. So if you have not subscribed to her yet, go do that now. Me and the aliens will wait right here. Let's get her to 3,000 today. There's no reason why we can't. She only needs 70 more. So if we get her to 3,000 today, then I'll do a giveaway. Today on today's stream, we'll do a random giveaway in the stream, and you'll get some cool merch. So let's get her to 3,000. We only need 70, and there's 340 something of us in right now. And yay! See, just subscribed. And if you haven't seen Kathy, let me show you. You are missing out. This is Kathy's YouTube. If you haven't seen it, it is hilarious. She has no filter and no inhibitions, and sometimes no bra, and it's amazing. And I only say that because she talked about it before, but what stream was that things went off the rails that one day, and we were talking about how if a storm comes, we're all screwed because we don't wear. Anyway, too early for that. Okay, all right, Friday Eve, focus. Medicine hasn't kicked in yet. Her stuff is so funny, and if you have not watched her video, yeah, bras are prison. See, told you. If you have not watched her videos, they are so funny. It's like, they're short videos. It's, maybe most of them are like 15, 20 minutes, somewhere around in there. But you don't want them to end. They're hilarious. And she just gives her, take on true crime stuff. So she, she's in here with us a lot, of course. So she, will talk about the trials that we're talking about, but then also other things too. So it's hilarious. And if you have not subscribed to her, you are definitely missing out, and you need to. But it's this is her YouTube. It's Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. And it's youtube.com /@Gossip Rumor. And I think we have the link for her, don't we? I believe I think you have like the thing that JT sets up where it's like the little exclamation point thingy and then gossip or something. I don't know how to work all those. That's a JT thing. He does all those. But anyway, this is her stuff, and she is truly hilarious. If you can't find it the way I just, there it is, the exclamation point gossip. There it is. Thank you, Tosh. Thank you, Streamlabs. So if you haven't subscribed to her yet, you need to. Her videos are hilarious. So let's get her to 3,000 today. Kathy, let me know when you get to 3,000, and we will celebrate you, and we will do a giveaway. It'll be fun. All right. So today we have Hollywood Sex Therapist Murder Trial, Day 2. Now, this one is today, like the live thing happening in California right now is actually Day 3, but this plays a day behind. So we are going to be watching today. This just started. So we're going to be watching this today, but this is actually the video from yesterday. So I am ready. We're going to get it going, get it started, get this party started right. All right, here we go. And hopefully audio is good today.
More conversations with her?
We spoke periodically throughout the couple of weeks afterwards, yes.
And when did you find out that she had been killed? Objection relevant.
Oh, me. No, that's.
I received a phone call, I believe it was the 16th of February, Sunday.
Versus Pursehouse, both all jurors are present, including the alternates. The witness has retaken the stand. Mr. Chavez, just a reminder, you're still under oath. We have all counsel present.
He has not called me back yet, but I'm going to call again today.
Who is inquiring? Mr. Avila, you may continue.
Good morning, Dr. Chavez. Good morning. I think the last few questions I asked were about
Jen, that's Stella.
the text message from Amie Harwick regarding her fear of what could happen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that she wanted to get more security around her home.
Yes.
After that, but before February 15th, 2020, did you have any more conversations with her?
We spoke periodically throughout the couple of weeks afterwards, yes.
And when did you find out that she had been killed?
Objection relevant. One move. No, that's.
I received a phone call. I believe it was the 16th of February, Sunday.
May I have one moment now?
Yes.
Do you remember the date when you were first interviewed by detectives?
I do not remember that date.
Would that be
Yay, thank you.
on or about February 18th, 2020, about 3 days, about 4 days after Valentine's Day?
Yes, that sounds right.
And did you tell them everything you knew about Amy's fears of the defendant?
Yes.
Did you tell them about what you observed at the XBiz Awards show?
Yes.
Did you tell them about going to the Bob's Big Boy and what she told you at the Bob's Big Boy?
Yes.
And during the interview, did they ask you about how the defendant came into telephone contact with Amie Harwick?
Yes.
And what did you say on February 18th, 2020?
At that time, I had not gone through my phone, pictures or text messages because of grief. So in that meeting, a few days after her death, I mistakenly and erroneously said that I thought she may have given her number to Gareth.
And when were you led to believe that that was incorrect?
Once I went back to look through the text messages, and then the screenshots were then sent to the police for evidence.
And the text message you're talking about is the one dated January 17th, 2020, where she states, Gareth found my number online that messaged me with his people's number 10,
Thank you,
page
Rosie.
G. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then that was the correct, then was your mind corrected as far as that information?
Yes.
I have nothing further now.
Cross-examination, Mr. Franzel.
Thank you, Good morning, Dr. Perez.
Good morning.
All right, here we go.
I'd just like to talk about the timing of the event briefly. The XBiz Awards was on January 16th, 2020, right?
Yes.
And that was a Thursday.
Yes.
You Uber to Miss Harwick's house.
Yes.
That is in the Hollywood Hills, kind of Beechwood Canyon area.
Yes.
And you get to her house around 7 p.m.
Between 6:30 and 7.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a text chain with you and the
Why is something is happening? Aliens?
Go ahead.
Wait, my little thing is. Oh, there it goes. My little alien thing is doing its little thing again.
So if you could just read those first 3 text messages in the text chain and look up when you're done, please.
Which part?
You can.
I know, I was just saying yesterday, like, I haven't seen them in a while.
Yeah, Coach.
And now they've shown up twice this morning. Could be full moon. full moon, aliens, full aliens. We don't know.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
And so you arrived at Miss Harwick's house around right before 7 p.m., right?
Yes.
And the two of you get into her car,
Yes.
and you drive to the JW Marriott, which is right by LA Live.
Yes.
Do you happen to remember if you took the 101 or some other way?
Quick some relevance.
Right.
That's distinct.
It's roughly 8 miles, right?
Okay.
But I have a Google map that I'd like to mark as People's A, or sorry, Defense A.
Yes, Mark.
Why does it matter what route that they took?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this Google map, sir?
Yes.
Is this a Google map that appears to depict the route between 2086 Mound Street and the JW Marriott?
Yes.
Publishing Defense A. So between her house and the location of the event was about 8 miles. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're driving there on a Thursday evening at about 7 p.m., right?
Yes.
So would you say it took you to probably about 15 or 20 minutes to get there?
That sounds accurate. Yes.
There was a Saturday Night Live skit about that, Alyssa Kay.
And you parked at the LA Library, right?
No, we parked at the JW Marriott parking structure.
This event at the JW Marriott was on multiple floors, right?
Predominantly one floor. They have a downstairs lobby, but that wasn't a part of the events themselves.
So you enter in through the street level,
Yes.
and there's a lobby,
Yes.
and then you go upstairs, and that's where the event was?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the red carpet?
Directly adjacent from the ballroom.
And that was also upstairs.
Yes.
And this was a pretty big event, right?
Yes.
A lot of people.
Yes.
It was pretty crowded, right?
Decently crowded.
And so the first thing that you do when you get there is get in a line to go take pictures on the red carpet.
Yes.
And you were waiting in line with Ms. Harwick and with Ashley Jameson.
Yes.
Were any other people there in your group that was waiting to get online and take pictures?
There were a few other people that I knew, but they weren't necessarily meeting us there or with us. Just people in line that we knew.
And just for clarity's sake, Ashley Jameson also goes by Aspen Jameson
I believe so.
and Aubrey Kate as well.
Yes.
And after waiting for a few minutes in the line to go to the red carpet, you leave to go get other people drinks from the bar.
Yes.
You couldn't see the group of your friends that you had just left from the bar line, right?
No, I couldn't.
And on direct, you testified that, that about 5 minutes after waiting in the bar line, Miss Jameson called you.
Yes.
She told you to get the F back in line for the red carpet.
Yes.
Let's talk about, let's jump forward a little bit. And when Mr. Pursehouse and Ms. Harwick were having their first conversation, you were in line, waiting, holding the spot in line, right?
Yes.
And you were able to observe both Ms. Harwick's demeanor and Mr. Pursehouse's demeanor.
Yes.
And Mr. Pursehouse, you saw putting his head in his hands,
Yes.
putting his hands on his face,
Yes.
his head dropping down into the lap area in a disappointed manner.
Yes.
It appeared to you that he was in duress,
Yes.
a person in distress.
I'm going to object
Oh my gosh.
to the terms that are being used based on prior rulings and requests by the defense.
Well, I think that the court, if obviously you couldn't hear what they were saying.
No.
Well, I'm going to allow it in that it appeared, he can't conclusively say that he was in distress or he was depressed or whatever it is, but it appeared to him from his vantage point. And I'll allow it as such. All right, go ahead.
Right, all I'm, it's clear, it's not like you're next to them during this conversation. Your descriptions are based on what you're observing from the line.
Yes.
And when you walk over to let Amie know that the red carpet was about to close, it appeared to you that Mr. Pursehouse was disappointed that the conversation was ending.
Yes.
During that first conversation, you did not send any text messages to Ms. Harwick.
No.
And Ms. Harwick did not send any text messages to you.
No.
Would it be correct to say that you did not hear Mr. Pursehouse make a verbal threat of violence towards Ms. Harwick? Is that a correct statement?
I consider the use of the word bitch a verbally threatening statement. So no.
My question is, you never heard Mr. Pursehouse make a verbal threat of committing violence on Ms. Harwick?
Objection has been answered.
Well, no, he's added to that committing violence. Did you ever hear him make a threat in that committing violence, using those words or something to that effect?
Something to that effect.
No, I didn't.
And Ms. Harwick never told you that Mr. Pursehouse made a verbal threat of violence towards her.
No, she didn't.
Ms. Harwick told you that in the past, she hadn't been comfortable with Mr. Pursehouse working in the adult film industry.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustained.
You had been to Ms. Harwick's home a dozen times or so, right?
Yes.
And in going to her home a dozen times, you had seen her bed unmade.
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
If I may make an offer of proof.
No, counsel, move on.
On direct, you testified that you and Ms. Harwick received your doctoral degrees from the same institution.
Yes.
What is the name of that institution?
The Institute for the Advanced Study of Human Sexuality. It was a private school in San Francisco.
Now, after the XBiz Awards, you and Ms. Harwick sent each other photographs that you each had taken that night.
Yes.
Do you recall whether you sent those photographs after you each had gotten home that night, or were you in person, sending to each other in person?
I believe we sent them at Bob's Big Boy together. She sent all of hers, I sent all of mine.
You knew Ms. Harwick for a long time. Right?
Yes.
And she was an athletic person, right?
Yes.
I thought the same thing at
Went on
first.
runs.
I'm going to object relevance.
Well, I'll allow some leeway. It'll stand that she was an athletic person. So let's move on from there.
This is my final question.
Go ahead.
She had a background in dance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Answer stands.
So,
And his answer was yes.
thank you.
He's still
I
going
want
with the.
now to talk
He was
about
on there by
the
choice.
statement that on direct you said you heard Mr. Pursehouse make. Specifically, you ruined my life, bitch. On direct, you testified that after you received the call from Miss Jameson, you went back to where she was.
Yes.
That you first checked in with her.
Yes.
When you were checking in with her, where were Miss Harwick and Mr. Pursehouse?
They had walked over to a bench against the wall in line of sight of where we were in line.
When you were checking in with Miss Jameson, were they already seated at the bench?
Yes.
They were no longer in line at that moment when you were checking in with Miss Jameson.
Yes.
You testified at a preliminary hearing in this case, right?
Yes, I did.
And at that preliminary hearing, that was under oath, right?
Yes.
Just like today.
Yes.
And when you testified on September 22nd, 2021, you specifically testified that you heard this statement as you were walking up when they were exiting the line.
I heard that statement as I walked up to them seated at the benches.
My question is, when you testified at the preliminary hearing, isn't it true that you testified that you, and I quote,
Which page, Council?
page 12 of volume 4, it's day 2 of his testimony, and this is at line 27. Something I heard as I was walking up when they were exiting the line was, you ruined my life, you bitch. Those were the actual words I heard.
Okay.
Was that your testimony on the 22nd?
If that's what the transcripts say, then yes.
Good morning.
So it's your testimony today that it wasn't when they were exiting the line, it was when you walked up to them on the bench that you heard Mr. Pursehouse say, you ruined my life, bitch.
Yes.
Now, detectives interviewed you on February 18th, 2020, right?
Yes.
And that would have been Detective Masterson and Detective Carranza.
Yes.
And that was a month and 2 days after the XBiz Awards.
Okay. Yes.
And so that would be close in time to when the XBiz Awards happened, right?
It would be about a month after the awards and about 5 days after her murder. Yes.
I have a CD that I'd like to mark as defense B.
Did y'all see the pictures that I tweeted yesterday of him before all this?
The February 18th detective interview.
She established a foundation for why you're playing that?
I think it's a statement here.
Well, I haven't heard a foundation. Isn't it true that what? And he denies it, then what?
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by the detectives on February 18th, you specifically said that you were not the person that heard this statement, you ruined my life, bitch?
I don't think that's the case. I don't remember saying that.
I do have a transcript that I'd like to pass out, Your Honor.
Well, I'd like to.
That council see it.
We did it. Kathy's at 3K. Woohoo! All right, we're going to do a giveaway. Doodle Mom NC, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm not saying, I'm just doing it.
Okay, to enter for the giveaway, we'll go ahead and have y'all enter now, and then I'll pick a winner in, we'll say in about an hour. I'll give y'all, that gives y'all time to do it. Take a screenshot where showing where you are subscribed to her channel. Take a screenshot of it and send it to my email with your YouTube screen name. Make sure your YouTube screen name is on there. And send it to my email, Brandy, with an I, of course, brandy@brandychurchwell.com. You have an hour to send it in, and then we'll do our giveaway in 1 hour. There's my
In your statement to detectives on February 18th, 2020, you specifically told them that you were not the one that heard Mr. Pursehouse say, "You ruined my life, bitch." Isn't that true?
If that's what the transcripts say.
I'm going to object as the response is calling for speculation.
Well, do you recall independently as you sit here whether you stated that, sir?
Honestly, I do not, because
Okay. All
that
right.
interview was a blur.
All right. Everything's a blur. Okay.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript of the testimony or of your statement to detectives?
I have
Yes.
refresh your recollection. Okay, go ahead. You can approach, counsel.
Let me just have a moment. Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, if you could just read, this is page 7, line 20, and if you could read that entire paragraph.
To yourself, sir.
To yourself.
To myself?
Yes.
This questioning is annoying. Yeah, it's early in California, but the testimony that we watched today is from yesterday. They release it the next day. They won't do it live.
And then if you could read, this is now page 8. If you could please read to line 4.
If you could read to line 11 for proper context.
All right.
4 to 11?
That's fine.
I mean, 1 to 11.
Okay.
My email is at the bottom of the screen right here. Send a screenshot showing that you're subscribed to Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. Make sure you put your YouTube screen name in there and send it to my email. It's at the bottom of the screen. And as the subject line,
Okay, did that refresh your recollection?
just put Gossip Rumor
yes.
and Innuendo.
And isn't it true that you told detectives on February 18th that it was according to what Ms. Jameson and what Ms. Harwick told you that Mr. Pursehouse said, "You ruined my life, bitch"?
In other words, you didn't hear it yourself.
I did hear it myself.
You did hear it
Yes.
yourself. Okay.
The question, though, is what you told detectives. Isn't it true that you told detectives?
Yes,
on
according to that
February
transcript, yes, that's what I said to them at that time.
18th? Okay. So at that time, you told them that it wasn't you that heard that statement.
At the time of speaking to the detectives, because of the grief and the shock that I was experiencing, there was a lot of pieces to that puzzle, to that experience that were difficult to recollect. And for example, it wasn't until about 1.5 years later that I remembered what we actually ate at Bob's Big Boy. And I think that's the idea of clarity coming up over time is important because that's
I have to
shock.
object at this point because it's non-responsive.
Well, he's explaining why he didn't understand. So you can move on, and
Sure.
his answer will remain that he was in shock and so forth, and things came. The recollection came slowly after that. Is that correct?
Yes. and
Okay. Let's ask your next question.
And so, what you told detectives there in that interview on February 18th was a mistake.
Yes.
You actually had heard that statement.
Yes.
Now, when you were talking to detectives on February 18th, you wanted to tell them everything important that had happened at the Extras Awards, right?
I think I tried to, yes.
You wanted to give them as much relevant information to help their investigation, right?
I think so, yes.
And you were obviously trying to tell the truth, right?
To the best of my recollection, I was trying to help, yes.
Now, in that interview with the detectives specifically made a point to tell you, look, we need to speak to that person who heard that statement from Mr. Pursehouse, right?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that finding that person who heard that statement will be incredibly important, right?
Okay. Yes.
They told you that they needed somebody with personal first-hand knowledge, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you would contact that person right away.
Yes.
You said that you actually had contacted one of the people that was in the line with Ms. Harwick when Mr. Pursehouse approached, but that person didn't remember anything.
Yes.
And that
Is there a response to that?
No.
Did you say yes, sir?
I said yes.
All right.
and that Miss Jameson was in like Mexico or Costa Rica or something, that when she got back, you talked to her.
Yes.
And you did.
Probably just get
After
to
the
10
interview, you did
memberships.
in fact contact Miss Jameson.
Yes.
And you told her she needed to talk to the detectives.
I passed along the detective's information to her to contact them. Yes.
Specifically so that she could tell them what she heard.
Yes.
So it's your testimony today that that mistake you made when you were talking to the detectives about not hearing that statement, that mistake was a mistake you made because you were in shock.
Yes.
Now, isn't it, so it's fair to say your testimony is that state of shock affected your memory?
Yes.
Isn't it true that when you first arrived into the room for that interview with the detectives, you and the detectives kind of joked around a little bit?
It's likely. Yes.
You made some comment about how the room smelled bad, but
Counsel, let's move on. Ask your questions, if you would, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so you all kind of chuckled and smiled. You remember that?
Yes.
Again, counsel, let's move on.
I have 3 more questions.
Okay, go ahead.
You made small talk about computers and different things.
Yes.
So for you personally, in that moment, you were able to still kind of make jokes and be social while in shock.
At that time and after her murder, I still interacted with people. I still worked and saw clients. And what you're describing, I think, is humor as a defense mechanism. People will cope with grief and loss and shock in different ways.
And for you, both things were possible. You can feel shock and deep sadness and also be able to do those things that you're describing, right?
Yes.
On direct, you testified about Miss Harwick's demeanor that night. I'd like to talk about that briefly. So you testified that initially, going to the event, that she was excited,
Yes.
that she was thrilled, right?
Yes.
But that after running into Mr. Pursehouse, her mood changed.
Yes.
I think one of the descriptions you used was that she almost became like a ghost.
Yes.
And kind of similar to what you were describing about your ability to function and use humor as a defense mechanism, she, at the Expo's Awards, was able to put on a face, right?
Yes.
She was able to smile for the pictures on the red carpet.
Yes.
You introduced her to friends at the event.
Yes.
From your observations of her, it is your testimony that you believe she was experiencing negative emotions, but still was able to go through the motions of being at a social event and being kind of on, basically.
Yes.
On direct, you testified that you realized you had made a separate mistake about Ms. Harwick providing her phone number to Mr. Pursehouse.
Yes.
And just briefly, the mistake that you made was in your interview with the detectives, you erroneously told them that Ms. Harwick had provided her phone number to Mr. Pursehouse.
Yes.
at some point you reviewed the transcript of your interview with the detectives.
Yes.
And in reviewing that transcript, you realized that mistake that you made.
Yes.
And so what you did is you went back through your text messages with Ms. Harwick, and you took a screenshot of the text message that was shown to you by Mr. Avila,
Yes.
showing that she said something along the lines that that she didn't give him.
Gareth found her number online.
Right.
Yes.
Now, after reviewing your transcript of the interview with detectives, you did
He's
not
just going over
tell
everything.
them that you had made a mistake about not hearing.
Let's
this-
move on from that issue.
It's
Let's
a
move
useless
on.
cross.
Well, that he never corrected that. That's all I'm asking.
Did you ever apprise the detectives that that was incorrect?
I don't know when I did, but I did eventually. I'm not sure what the date was.
Okay, but you didn't do the same thing that you did with this other error after reading the transcript. You didn't tell the detectives, "Oh, I made this other mistake. I said somebody else heard the statement, but in fact, I did hear the statement." You never did that.
Fiction.
You just said at some point he did. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know when?
I do not know.
Your testimony at the preliminary hearing was on September 21st, 2021. If you recall.
I don't know, but I'll trust it. That's the date.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a face page of?
That's okay. Let's go on with it. That's what the court will take note. Is that the date?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the date of his first.
Judge
day.
is like,
All right.
this questioning is stupid. Let's
And
move
so
on.
that's over a year and a half after your interview with the detectives.
Yes.
Prior to the interview with the detectives on February 18th, 2020, you'd been consuming a lot of media about the case.
Yes.
Prior to your testimony at the preliminary hearing, you also had been consuming a lot of media about the case.
Yes.
You were reading everything you could find about it.
I think it's when a friend or family member is murdered in such a horrific manner, it's natural for people to want to seek out the truth or understand what happened.
Okay. So is that a yes, that you were reading everything that you could find about it?
I think in the first month or so, yes, I did read.
You wanted to know as much as possible about the case as you could.
Yes.
That reading about it helped you understand what happened.
It helped me process. One of my closest friends was murdered. Yes. I wanted to understand who did it and why and what happened.
Prior to your testimony at the preliminary hearing, you were interviewed by Detective Masterson, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Avila,
Yes.
and another deputy district attorney, Mr. Dryling.
Yes.
And that interview was not recorded.
I don't know if it was recorded or not.
Did they tell you that it was being recorded?
I cannot recall.
And in that interview, prior to your testimony at the preliminary hearing, you didn't tell them that your memory had changed and that you remembered hearing that statement yourself.
Again, counsel, where we keep going back to that. Let's leave that issue. Let's move on. Make your point.
Also foundation, if he was asked that question.
Okay. But the question was, did you tell him? So they don't need to ask him for him to volunteer. So let's move on if you would.
And prior to your testimony yesterday and today, did you speak with the detective or the district attorneys in this case about the events?
Yes.
When?
I don't know the exact date, but it was within the last couple of weeks. I went to review my transcripts.
And did you discuss your testimony?
No.
Do you know if that conversation was recorded?
I don't know.
Okay, so let's go back to the Exvis event. And let's talk about that second conversation between Ms. Harwick and Mr. Pursehouse. So it was your testimony that about 10 minutes before the end of the program, Mr. Pursehouse approaches the table that you and Ms. Harwick were seated at, right?
Yes.
Were you and Ms. Harwick sitting next to each other?
Yes.
And he kneels down to talk to her. right?
Yes.
And he spoke in her ear.
Yes.
And even though you were sitting next to her, you couldn't hear what he was saying.
No.
And so he was speaking in a low volume.
More like a whisper into someone's ear. Yeah.
And you understand from what Ms. Harwick told you that he had asked to speak to him again, right?
Yes.
And she agreed.
Yes.
So does she get up and go talk to him before the program ended, or right when the program ended?
He walked away from the table. We stayed at the table until the end of the show, and then she got up and said, "I'm going to go talk in the same bench area."
Okay. And you testified on direct that initially you didn't go with them to the area that they went.
No.
You remained in the ballroom.
Yes.
How long did you remain in the ballroom?
I mean, people were shuffling out probably 15 to 20 minutes. I mean,
and then after that 15, and after remaining in the ballroom for 15 to 20 minutes, you went out to the area where they were having a conversation.
Yeah.
And you waited there until it was done.
not exactly. I went out there, just checked and leaned my head over. I saw them sitting down there, and then I went back inside of the ballroom to continue talking to some people. And that was when we started exchanging some text messages for the next 15 or 20 minutes, just me checking in to see if she was okay and if they were still talking.
Were you in the room that they were talking in when the conversation ended?
Yes. So once everyone left out of the ballroom, I went outside and then grabbed a chair and sat in the line of sight from the two of them and just waited.
You said that like 12 questions ago.
So initially they went together outside to talk.
In his defense, he's asking the same 3 questions over and over. So if that makes a difference.
I'd like to mark defense, an exhibit that I'd like to mark as defense C.
All right.
It's a screenshot of text message chain. If I may approach.
Can we see some of these exhibits before they're shown to the witness?
He didn't come here to do math.
Is that just one page?
2 pages.
So that'll be defense C 1 and 2. So if you're making reference to page 1 and page 2, all right?
Thank you, Ron.
Yes.
Morning.
Mr. Travis, can you look at these 2 pages and tell me if you recognize these pages?
Yes, I recognize both pages.
How do you recognize them?
These are screenshots from my phone, and they are text messages between Amie and I after the show while we were still at the XBiz Awards.
Okay, and so these are the text messages that you're sending back and forth while she is having her conversation, the second conversation with Mr. Pursehouse, right?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing C1. So the left is text messages from Ms. Harwick, and the right is responses from you, right?
Yes.
And so at 11:23, she tells you, I'm around to the right talking. I'm okay, right?
Yes.
And so did you understand that to mean that she was letting you know where she and Mr. Pursehouse was?
Yes.
That's calling for speculation.
Well, he said, did you take that to me? And so that's how he understood it. Not that it was correct. But
You mean,
Yes, I knew where she was at.
well, she's telling you in that text message, she's saying, this is where I am,
Yes.
right?
It's where we talked about her being, and she was there.
And then you respond with the thank you emoji, right?
Yes.
The prayer hands?
sorry?
Is that the prayer hands emoji?
Is that what it means? Prayer hands?
Prayer
Means
hands.
Thank you.
I don't know. The witness.
Well, the prayer hand, is that how you responded?
Yeah, like more of a prayer, like,
Okay,
thank you.
very good.
It's a common emoji for thank you, right?
Well, just, for, acknowledging and honoring somebody responding to you.
And so your response was right after she sent you that text message at 11:23, right?
Yes.
And then 16 minutes pass, and you ask, still talking, right?
Yes.
She responds, yes.
Yes.
And so you were asking her, are you still talking to Mr. Pursehouse?
Yes.
And you text her, okay, I'll be floating around, I'll walk you to your car.
Yes.
All right. Just let me know when you're ready. And there's an arrow that's kind of blocking that, but do you agree that you responded just LMK when you're ready? In other words, just let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
Publishing C2. So after 21 minutes, she responds and she says, okay, just a few minutes, almost done. Right?
Yes.
So she's saying, almost done with the conversation.
I'm gonna have a check as to, on the witness to speculate as to what else she's saying.
All right. It's the same. The statement speaks for itself. Let's move on.
And then you say, are you downstairs or upstairs? Where should I head towards?
Yes.
And so when she was almost done with this conversation, you didn't know where she was.
She was in, so there was the lobby area downstairs where everyone was.
Well, he's trying to explain. Let him
The
explain.
question is, when she sent that text message,
I knew where she was at, but I wanted to make
Don't
sure.
speak over each other. Go ahead.
when she sent that text message, you did not know where she was.
No. I
And
sent that text message to.
objection.
The answer is no. Go ahead. We'll answer the next question.
And so she tells you where she is. She says she's upstairs, right?
Yes.
And that she's walking past the bar and that she'll meet you in that main area, right?
Yes.
What is the relevance of this?
You just finished testifying that you stayed in the ballroom for 15 to 20 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point you go and check in on them, but then you go back into the ballroom.
Yes.
And then at some point later, you go into the area where they were talking, and you find a chair to sit.
Yes.
How long were you sitting in that chair before the conversation ended?
Probably another 10 to 15 minutes until I got tired and everybody was cleared out. And so I wanted to leave, wanted to end it.
And you walked over and told them I want to go.
Yeah.
I have in my hand what I'd like to mark as Defense D, which is a CD with an excerpt from the detective interview.
Okay,
Show
again.
counsel the transcript.
I see that as well.
My approach.
Yes. Not certainly.
Prior inconsistent statement, Your Honor.
Trudy. Bring back Joshy, all is forgiven. Would y'all rather have listen to a snarky lawyer or a lawyer who just keeps repeating the same stuff that has no relevance? Which one would you rather listen to? I think snarky because it's at least entertaining.
Okay, counsel, let's approach.
Let's approach. For those of y'all coming in late, I have like a little Cliff's Notes version of this trial in the description of the stream. So it'll kind of tell you what's going on. But it's California. They are not allowing live streaming. So this is the video that was just released this morning from yesterday. And the beating a dead horse attorneys make me the most bonkers. Yeah, I think, I can deal with some snark, but
Okay, counsel. Yes, go ahead.
So in your February 18th interview with detectives, isn't it true that you told them,
Can I get a page in the transcript of this?
I'm not referencing the transcript paper now. Isn't it true that you told them in the February 18th, 2020 interview that you sat there with a line of sight of Ms. Harwick and Mr. Pursehouse for 45 minutes while they were having that second conversation after the end of the program?
I don't know if that's what the transcripts say.
Well, that's his answer, so it's not inconsistent. If that's what the transcript says, then he's gonna go. Are you saying that if that's what the transcript says?
Well, I wasn't
Well,
sure.
he said 45 minutes. Does the transcript reflect 45 minutes, counsel?
Yes. That's,
Okay, let's make a reference, page and line, please.
All right.
He just said,
Yes.
I'm not referencing the transcript. Now they're asking him to reference the transcript. He's like, yeah, I can give you the page and the. This guy, man. I wonder how experienced he is. I don't know anything about him. I don't even know his name,
Page
actually.
10, line 19 through 24.
That starts in the middle of the paragraph.
It's a specific inconsistent statement. This
Okay, now let's not have any speaking objections. Let me look at it.
Would it refresh your recollection to read the relevant portion of the transcript? Would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. If you could please read
Yeah.
from line 17 to line 24.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for context that the witness read from page 9 before that, please.
Your Honor, this is inappropriate.
Okay, have him read what you're gonna have him read. You can ask him on
Okay.
redirect.
Please read from line 17 to line 24.
He sounded like a kid telling on his brother. This is inappropriate. Your Honor, tell him stop talking. Your Honor, he's not allowed to object.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection?
I think that is a very general description of, without a lot of detail, of what happened in those 45 minutes.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, that's his explanation of it. So ask him the question again.
Isn't it true that you told detectives that you followed them after about 5 or 10 minutes out to the area where they were talking during the second conversation?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you told detectives that you were sitting there watching them with a line of sight during their second conversation?
I don't think anything said about sitting there for the line of sight. So what I just read did not have any of that language.
Isn't it true that you said, I saw them sitting in the same spot talking again on the bench?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you said, so there was the same body language by both of them?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
isn't
let's
it
just get to the time, counsel.
Isn't it true that you said, and eventually it was another 45 minutes, and I was kind of tired just sitting there? Isn't it true you said that? That's the only question I'm asking you.
That statement there doesn't fully express the context of what happened in that 45
Is it
minutes.
correct that you said that now? If the
Yes,
people
that-
want to ask you on redirect,
That's in the
clarification, they can. So his answer is yes.
If I may just brief moment.
Go ahead. You have a few more questions, I take it?
I'm just making sure I don't.
Okay.
He's like, you're still not done.
If you missed one, you have recross as well, so.
All right, nothing further.
Okay. Redirect, counsel.
Yes, thank you. Now, council had you read a portion of your transcript from February 18, 2020 at page 10 at the mid-paragraph. I want you to read from page 9 all the way up until he told you where to read. I'm going to ask you,
Page 9, line what?
right at the beginning, page 9, line 1. Read that to yourself.
One to what?
Read it to yourself.
Yes, of course he's going to read it to himself.
Read it to yourself up until where council told you to finish reading.
They do
Just
not
look up
have
when
love
you
in their
finish.
hearts this morning. They are all over each other already. And they just got started. It's going downhill fast. Oh, I love a messy trial. Your Honor, It's inappropriate.
Take a break
Let's
at 11,
stop.
okay?
Oh, I love it.
Normally I take a break at 11 and 3, but during jury selection, we wanted to get the process done, so that's why I skipped the breaks to your detriment. So I could see you guys squirming wanting to go to the bathroom, so I apologize for that. So.
Oh, goodness gracious. It was super whiny, wasn't it? Mom, he's being mean. And was he objecting to the witness that he was questioning? He said objection, non-responsive to his question that he asked. Yeah, it's a nice little break from the sad. Christine D, thank you so much. Your Honor, he's touching me. He's at my counsel table. He started it. Okay, y'all give me what your whiniest objection would be. No.
Context about what you told the detectives on February 18th, 2020 about what you observed as far as that conversation and the length of that conversation.
Yes, it does.
How so?
Well, what I just read was a much more detailed account of the first interaction, watching them while we were about to go on the red carpet. And then there's just a couple lines about the after show conversation they had.
And looking at this text message, people see one where Amie texts you, I'm around to the right, talking, I'm okay. Why did you send her a text with those hands? Why was that? Why did you use that emoji as a response?
I mean, it's a prayer emoji that's meant to be loving and, conscious and concerned.
So you were not saying thank you with that?
No, I mean, yes, I am thankful that she responded, but it was the intention, I think, was to, be affirming her communication.
And counsel asked you questions about what you said about hearing the defendant calling Amie Harwick, you ruined my life, bitch. Well, do you know if you actually made a mistake during the interview?
I believe that at the interview, I may have, because of that grief and that just fog that I was in, had difficulty recalling certain details. And as I have worked through my fog, my grief and shock, my depression, a lot more clarity has come from my experience of
Well, what if in the interview you actually said he was yelling and that you actually heard it? What if that was what you said in the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Well, I'll play the excerpt that was shown so that the witness can hear that recording. I have it, the excerpt that was.
I mean, it's already been read to him, hasn't it?
And I tried to play it
Well,
myself.
let's not speak over each other. He's already seen the statement in writing.
But the audio, he could hear his voice, what he actually says about that particular statement. There was no audio of that.
How's that different than reading it?
Well, he could hear what he's actually saying about that.
He's already testified to that. He may have misspoke because he was in shock. But as he sits here today and the court asked him, you personally heard it though?
yes,
Okay. And you may have told the policeman that you didn't.
yes.
Okay, there it is.
But in the audio, I think if he hears it, he actually, I don't want to argue in front of anyone.
Well, is that the same one you were going to play?
Yes.
Okay, so both of you will get the same thing out of it. Let's try to finish this witness before the break.
What happened?
You would?
If I could publish,
Well, Your Honor, just, can we approach? Please.
Look at his
the
face.
same transcript.
They said, "Can we approach?" And he just sat there like, "Really, really? Do we have to?"
David? All right.
Yes.
People's 11,
And the transcript as 12?
and no, as 11A. Is that right, David? All right.
And permission to publish a copy of the transcript to the jury?
Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're finished with the transcript, just pass them over to your left side, and he'll collect them. Very brief, I take it.
It should be like less than a minute or 2 minutes.
Do you have a copy for the clerk?
I did. I gave one to the clerk.
Is this it here? Right. Is this it? Yes, okay, thank you.
They're just thinking, I just gotta pee. That's what they're thinking. Like, let me up. What is happening? So they can think about what we've done. Yeah, he's trying to show inconsistencies, but he's taking certain things out of context, apparently. So you can't really call it an inconsistency if things are out of context, but he's trying to show inconsistency so that anything that he said that looks bad against his client, maybe the jury won't take it so seriously. Like, oh, well, he was wrong about
Yes,
this,
go ahead.
he'll be wrong about that.
Just one moment on it.
Okay.
He's see his face, like, all right. Oh my gosh. This. Now I know why the judge has the red microphone. He needs something bright and colorful to remind everybody he's in charge. I'm digging the red microphone. Is that the name?
Technical difficulties?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, if you would. Let's be back in 15 minutes.
All right, we got about 20 more minutes till we do the giveaway. I'm about to start getting that
I
started.
ask you to listen carefully. I'm going to play just a small portion of your interview, Mr. Chops. I'm going to ask you to listen carefully to the interview, okay? And also, you can read along with the transcript.
Yeah.
He didn't come here to read. Bring the interview.
Right.
Microphone next to it. Do you have it right there, that one there? That microphone right there? Right over.
Mr.
Turn this up.
Look.
There you go.
Judges own it, doggone it.
All right, let's try it.
The tail end of the fight. And what both of them told me, so the former and he as well said, they were standing in line, and I walked away from the entrance, and he walked by, caught glimpse of her, and just zeroed in, sort of walked straight towards her, and just started like berating her. I don't have specific quotes, because I didn't feel the being in the middle of the fight, but when I got there, she calmed me down and saying, let's go talk in the corner, we'll talk about this, you know, she's trying to create my peace. So that's why I walked back, but what they both told me, he was saying, you ruined my life, you called her a bitch, he was escalated, and it wasn't just a comment, it was saying he's a high yelling basically, and enough to where the performers are calling me repeatedly, and obviously coming to me. So, yeah, he was just saying that he ruined my life.
Awesome, Jeff. Now you had a chance to listen to that?
Yes.
Right, so you do talk about performers telling you that the defendant called her, said something to the effect of, you ruined my life, bitch.
Yes.
You also say that you ran back to that location.
Yes.
And then the last sentence, you say, so yeah, he was just saying like, you ruined my life, bitch. You're such a hypocrite. What is that? What are you talking about there?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you
Yes.
elaborate?
Yes. So you said you ran back. In your last statement, are you saying you're the one that ran back and you're hearing, you ruined my life, you're such a hypocrite? Or are you saying that's from the performers?
I heard you ruined my life, bitch, and I cannot say what the performers heard because there were different accounts, you know, but if they said that they heard there's a hypocrite or you
That's
ruined
what
my
I'm
life.
asking. I'm asking in this statement right here,
Sure.
where you say line 6, you ran something about you ran over. Well, first it says line 4. It's the high he was yelling. Who was yelling?
He was yelling.
And how do you know that?
Gareth.
And when you're talking to detectives about he's yelling, are you saying you heard him yelling, or are you saying the performers are telling you that he's yelling?
Both. I heard when I walked over to the two of them that were seated, and heard that as I approached, and the performers also mentioned that they heard something similar, and Amie also shared in our Bob's Big Boy dinner or meal.
Well, let's not get. I'm not asking you about the Bob's Big Boy. I'm asking about this interview with the detectives. Then you say, and enough where the performers are calling me repeatedly, and obviously I ran over. Then the next sentence. So, oh yeah, he was just, and he was saying things like, you ruined my life. You're such a hypocrite. So is that what the performers are telling you, or is that what you heard when you ran back?
That's what I heard when I walked over to check on Amie when they were seated.
So, and is that what you told the detectives back when you were interviewed on February 18th, 2020?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the transcripts.
Well, you're looking at it right now.
Okay.
God,
Yes,
you're
that's what I
like-
told them.
So is it your understanding that you heard it both from the performers and you yourself heard it?
Yes.
You heard it for yourself.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Brenda. In the clip that you just listened to, you say, and I quote, "From what they both told me, the performer and Amie,
Mhm.
he was saying, you ruined my life. He called her a bitch." Right? That's what you said to the detectives.
Yeah, that's there.
And so the phrase, "from what they both told me," what did you mean by that?
That they shared with me some of the things that they heard.
And so your understanding about what Mr. Pursehouse said was based on what they had told you.
It was based on what I heard, and it was also reinforced by what they also heard themselves, what they shared with me.
That's what you meant in that statement?
Yes.
In your preliminary hearing testimony, there was also cross-examination on this exact issue. Do you remember about
you ruined my life bitch statement?
Yes.
And in your preliminary hearing testimony, you testified that you had made a mistake and you had made an error, right?
Yes.
And that your statement to the detectives that you didn't hear that was a mistake because of shock, right?
Which page?
Well, it doesn't matter. We talk about the issue. Go ahead. Is that correct, sir?
Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything further based on only those questions,
Yeah.
counsel? Let's not belabor the point on this issue.
Right, when counsel asked you, did you say that, and isn't that in the transcript, and you just agreed? Why did you just agree? Do you know if that's a for sure, do you know if he's reading that accurately?
I have no idea if it's in the transcript, but I trust that
Go ahead.
I have no idea if that's in the transcript.
So then why you agree with?
Objection, Ms.
Well, you have the transcript in front of you, don't you?
Right. I'm gonna have the.
He's already stated, he's looked at the transcript. We're belaboring this point. I think both of you have made your point. Let's move on.
Just one second.
My writer was real low, and I the plug out.
I'm getting the giveaway ready, so if I'm ignoring chat, that's why I'm trying to do this right now. Give me
You
just
okay now?
I just plugged it in again. Hang on. There it goes. Let's see if it comes up, because it should go now. I can write with it plugged in. Okay, coming up. Hang on. Yes, keyboard set. Loading.
The preliminary hearing transcript date of September 22nd, 2021, page 14 at line 25. I want you to read this to yourself from page 14, line 25 to page page 16, line 15.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Yes, so I'm going to point that out for you. So page 14, line 25, all the way to page 16, line 15.
Okay.
Now, in that exchange where defense counsel is asking you about whether you heard the statement, "You ruined my life," did you ever say in that exchange, "I made a mistake"?
Not in those transcripts.
Well, are there other transcripts where you said that you made a mistake?
No.
Well, I'm asking you about this preliminary transcript.
Okay.
Did you ever say, "I made a mistake" about that statement?
No.
I have nothing further.
In the transcript that you just read, isn't it true that you testified that you would say that the state of shock that you were in, the emotional distress I was in, made it much more difficult to have recalled and expressed what I then took time to process afterwards.
Yes, I said that.
So in saying that, you were saying because of the emotional stress that you were in, the shock that you described earlier, that you made a misstatement when you talked to the detectives on February 18th, and you were explaining why in that moment in the transcript.
Objection, that's contrary, that's misstated testimony.
Sustained. It'd be different if you stated, if is that what you meant? That's different. But let's finish this witness.
So
Go ahead.
this is the last.
Okay, go ahead.
When you were explaining that the state of shock and the emotional distress you were in made it difficult to recall and express, what did you mean?
I meant that, prior to Amy's murder, Kobe Bryant dying in the car, in the helicopter.
Objection, non-responsive.
I'm
Okay. What did you mean?
I'm actually just trying to state that there was a lot of trauma and shock that I was experiencing at the time of that interview.
And because of that,
my testimony and recollection was foggy and less detailed than it is today.
And you testified then that it made it much more difficult to have recalled and expressed what I then took time to process afterwards.
he stated, yes, that is correct. Is that correct?
And so,
Yes.
just
Vegas to what?
final question. This is
Okay, Vegas to what?
Vegas to what is he having a difficulty recollecting?
Well, just in general, is that correct? Did you mean in general?
Well, I mean, I think we've already established that, for example, how he got her number, we established that I was incorrect with that statement.
Okay,
In
all
that.
right,
So there's a precedent that I've.
all right.
right. And so in that moment in the preliminary hearing testimony, you were explaining that later on you remembered that you personally had heard that statement. You ruined my life, bitch.
Objection, misstated testimony.
Sustained based on his prior answers, responses.
Nothing further.
Anything?
No.
All right, so you may step down.
Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome, sir. You may call your next witness.
He's like,
People
great.
call Miss Aspen Jameson.
Jameson, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you examining this,
I am,
Toriano?
Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You gotta approach the witness stand here, ma'am. Raise your right hand, face this gentleman here.
You solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Ms. Jameson, I'm just gonna ask you to lean into the microphone in your responses, if you would, okay? Go ahead.
Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Aspen Jameson, Aspen Jamieson.
Mr. Avila? Oh, Ms. Mariano, excuse me.
It can be confusing, Your Honor. I
Yeah.
understand. Thank you. Ms.
I'll type
Jameson,
her name
before
so
we
I
start,
can
do you
type
mind
it.
moving the mic just a little bit closer and pointing it down towards your face so that we can hear you? Ms. Jameson, what do you do for a living?
I am an adult film star.
Just a little louder.
An adult film star.
Thank you. As part of your work, did you attend the X-Biz award show on January 16th of 2020?
I did.
Is that something that you would normally intend as being a person in your industry?
Yes.
Who did you attend the award show with in 2020?
At the time, or that night, I went with my friend, and we basically got a room to get our hair and makeup done, and it's just me and her.
Do you know about what time you ended up going to the actual award show after getting your hair and makeup done with your friend?
Around like 6:30 p.m.
And where was the XBiz Awards?
It was at the JW Marriott in downtown LA.
Now, when you got to the award show, did you walk the red carpet?
I did.
And did you do that pretty quickly after you arrived at the XBiz Awards?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's 10A. Do you see that in the screen in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Is that the red carpet as it appeared back on January of 2020 when you walked that particular carpet for the show?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the show, did you run into somebody by the name of Dr. Fernando Chavez?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Chavez?
We are friends. I've met him a few years ago prior to that. Always kind of in the adult field, I guess, at different places.
And what do you know his position to be in kind of the adult film industry?
Like a doctor for like sexual education and therapy.
Did you see him at the award show?
I did.
Where at the actual award show did you see Dr. Chavez?
He was standing in line waiting for the red carpet.
Was he alone?
No.
So can you tell us about what time you ran into Dr. Chavez on the red carpet?
It was probably around 7:30, 8 p.m.
And this was after you had kind of done your thing.
Right. So I finished red carpet. I had an early call time because they normally have the bigger stars go first to get it over with to make sure that they have all the press that they need.
You're one of the bigger stars?
Yes.
Okay.
You said earlier in a question that I posted that he wasn't alone when you ran into him. Do you know who he was with?
He was with Amie.
Now I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's 10E. Do you recognize who's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And who is that?
Amie.
And is this the person that you saw Dr. Chavez with on the evening of the award show when you ran into him on the red carpet?
Yes.
Is that the first time you met Amie?
Yes.
So you have no prior interaction with Amie prior to this time?
Never.
Now, when you ran into Dr. Chavez, did he introduce you to his friend Amie?
Yes.
Did you come to find out what it was that she was doing there that evening?
I knew he basically said she was a therapist as well, just like him, and they were going there to basically network.
Now, when you saw Dr. Fernando Chavez with Amie at the red carpet, did you actually stop and talk and hang out?
As soon as I finished, I was walking, I saw him, and he basically said that I looked very nervous because I don't really like to talk in front of people. I don't like to do media stuff. So he asked if I wanted a drink.
Did he go and get that drink?
He did. He asked if I could stay with her and keep her company while he went to go get us drinks.
And about how far away would you say the area to get drinks was from the area in which you first ran into Dr. Chavez and Amie?
Maybe like 30, 40 feet.
You're on the first. No. There's prior ruling from yesterday.
Okay, I'm getting the last few together. God, there's a lot of y'all that entered. That's good. That's good. It's just taking me a little bit longer to get all the names together than I thought. I'm getting everything ready for the giveaway. We're getting close.
All right, Council.
Sure. So just to repeat my question, about how far away was the bar from the area in which you had stopped to speak to Dr. Chavez and to Amie?
About 30, 40 feet.
Now, you said that, if I'm recalling correctly, since we walked away, that Dr. Chavez went to actually go and get you a drink.
Yes.
Now, when you were standing there with Amie, did you guys engage in conversation?
Just very, very small talk.
Did anything significant happen as you were engaging in small talk with Amie on the red carpet?
While we were talking, a guy came up and basically said, "It's funny seeing you here."
Now, what was the tone of the person when they said, "It's funny seeing you here"?
Very angry.
Angry. Now, did you recognize that person?
No, I've never seen him before.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as people's can see. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this person?
He was
Person are we talking about?
The person
In the red.
can see.
Well, there's two.
Oh, I'm sorry.
the
The
guy
person
in
in
the
the
red.
red, I'm sorry.
The guy in the red is the guy that came up to us.
And said, "Funny seeing you here."
Hmm.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
With a yes,
Yes.
or no?
Yes.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes.
Could you please identify that person by telling us where that person is seated and what that person is wearing?
Blue collared shirt and glasses.
All right. Then find the defendant.
Now, you said that this person came up and said, "Funny seeing you here." Did he bother to introduce himself to you?
No.
Would it be fair to say that he interrupted your conversation with Amie at
Yeah.
that point?
Objection being irrelevant.
As to your first objection, the court will sustain it. Your second objection is overruled. Go ahead.
When he came up to you, was it in the midst of you and Amie speaking?
Yes.
Was your conversation interrupted?
Yes.
Did he introduce himself at any point?
No.
Objection relevant.
Oh,
Did you find that rude?
Objection relevant.
sustain.
What was his tone?
Very angry.
Now, how long had you been standing with Amie, engaging in small talk, when the defendant walked up to the both of you?
It was very short. It was around 2 to 3 minutes.
When you saw the defendant approach you and Amie and heard the statement, "Funny seeing you here," did you get the impression that he knew her?
Yes.
Welcome to the family.
In the 2 to 3 minutes that the defendant engaged in conversation with Amie, were you silent?
Yes.
So you weren't engaging in any conversation with them?
No.
Did it appear to you that the defendant was directing his statements directly at Amie during this time
Yes.
and nobody else?
No.
Were you able to hear what they were talking about?
A little bit, but it was basically like, "Funny seeing you here." Basically called her a hypocrite and did not know why she was there. It kind of seemed like that she never approved of the adult industry or didn't know why. He didn't know why she was there, basically.
So initially you had said that when he walked up to Amie, the defendant, that he appeared angry.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I'm sorry, you have to
Yes.
answer.
Sorry. Yes.
As this conversation continued for the 2 to 3 minutes, would you say his tone was still angry?
Yes.
You said he called her a hypocrite. Did he curse at her at any time during that 2 to 3 minutes?
Yes.
Could you describe any words or recall any curse words that he used at Amie during this time?
Something along the lines of, "You fucking ruined my life."
And could you tell me the volume at which he was speaking?
It was pretty loud, and everybody kind of started looking over, and she seemed embarrassed. So she tried to calm him down and kind of take the conversation elsewhere so people weren't staring at her.
How close were you standing to them?
Very close,
So it was loud enough for you to hear?
of course.
But you said you noticed, you were able to actually observe other people in that area looking at them?
Yes, we were in a line for the red carpet.
Now you said that Amie was trying to calm him down. Can you explain to us what it is that you mean when you say Amie was actually trying to calm him down?
Shireen just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Shireen.
I felt like she was embarrassed that everybody was staring, so she was just trying to calm him down to not be so loud, and that's when she kind of removed herself from the line to go and kind of be somewhere a little bit more private.
And just to be more specific, was she trying to calm him down with his words? With her words?
Yes.
Objection speculation.
Well, she said it appeared. It didn't say that she was conclusively doing that. But it appeared to this witness that Ms. Harwick was trying to calm the individual down.
Now, I know you said that the defendant's voice was loud. Is that correct?
Yes.
How was Amy's voice in response to the defendant?
She seemed calm and was just trying to calm him down.
Did she yell at him?
No,
Did she curse at him?
no,
Did she call him any names?
no.
Now, you said that at some point she tried to remove herself from that area.
Yes.
When she tried to remove herself, what do you mean by that? Like walk away?
Yes, try to walk away.
Did the defendant follow her?
Yes.
So about after 2 or 3 minutes of the defendant cursing at her and calling her names, at that point you saw the victim move away from that location.
Yes.
Now, could you tell us where they went from that point?
Yes, it was not very far, but far enough that people weren't paying attention, and there was like a bathroom maybe 15, 20 feet away from the line.
Now, I want to, before we get to what they were doing when they had walked away, we'd established during testimony that the defendant was loud. Now, at any point during that 2 to 3 minutes before they walked away, did his volume increase at all?
Yes.
So, despite Amie consistently trying to calm him down, his volume increased.
Objection, restate the testimony.
Overruled. Go ahead and finish your question.
Objection leading as well.
Well, I haven't heard the end of the question. Ask your question.
Sure. I actually had finished my question.
Well, despite that, I didn't hear it all. Let's see.
Sure.
Hold on.
I can repeat it, Your Honor.
Then I can read it. Okay, so despite Amie consistently trying to calm him down, his volume increased. That was your question?
Yeah. Did his volume increase?
Okay, overruled. You can answer that.
Yes.
Now, you said that other people were looking at them as this conversation was taking place. I know you said Amie appeared to try to calm the defendant down. Did she have any other sort of reaction to the defendant confronting her, aside from just trying to calm him down?
I felt like she seemed a little embarrassed, so she just kept trying to calm him down, but it seemed like he was getting more upset by the fact that she was trying to calm him down.
Okay, that
Part of speculation, that last part will be stricken.
The embarrassed portion remains, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, who walked away first? Was it Amie and then the defendant followed, or was it kind of like a collective walking away?
I believe Amie tried walking away and he followed her.
Now, you stated that where they went to was about 15 feet away near the bathroom area. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you still see them from where you were standing near the red carpet?
Yes.
Could you hear them?
No.
Despite not being able to hear what they were saying, could you still tell what the defendant's demeanor was from that distance?
What the demeanor appeared to be.
Correct.
It just seemed like they were arguing.
So I want to be more specific about the defendant. Could you see his body language from where you were?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Could you tell me what that body language was?
Just his arms were kind of like up and just very like furious with the situation.
So let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness raised both her left and right arms, moving around her hands in kind of a circular motion. So you demonstrated kind of this movement I just described for the record. Would you say he was moving his arms erratically?
Projection leading.
Yes.
This is thing. All right.
Could you describe what other body movements he was doing while he was speaking with Amie from that distance?
It just kind of seemed like his arms were like kind of going up very angrily and was just very upset.
Objection, false speculation.
Overruled. This is what it appeared to her based on his body language.
Now, I know you had met Amie for the first time that night. Did that interaction between the defendant and Amie cause you any concern?
Objection relevance.
It's foundational.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. I know you just met Amie for the first time that night. But despite just meeting Amie for the very first time, did that interaction with the defendant and Amie cause you any concern at that time?
No.
Did you end up calling your friend Hernando at any point while you were with Amie?
Objection leading.
Yes.
Yes. And why would you call Dr. Chavez while you were observing this interaction between the defendant and Amie?
Because he told me to stay with her while he went to go get us drinks. And then all of a sudden this happened and I don't know. I felt bad for her because she was in a very awkward position and it seemed like they might have just broken up or
8 years ago.
Definitely felt like it was an ex-boyfriend, but it seemed like it was something fresh and new. And I know that she walked away, so I knew that she was uncomfortable. So I was trying to call my friend back to help the situation. I didn't really know her.
And did you get in contact with Dr. Chavez only by cell phone? Only by phone call, or was it by text as well?
I believe I texted him because he didn't answer the phone.
And do you remember what you said to him in order to get him to come back?
I said, I think your friend needs you.
Based on that statement, did you feel that she needed help?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
If I was in that situation, I would want help.
And in your opinion, it appeared that they had just broken up.
Yes.
Now, did Hernando come back to the area where you were standing?
He did.
Did you tell him what you had observed between the defendant and Amie?
Yes.
Did you point out to him where they kind of walked off to?
Objection leading.
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Overruled.
Now, once Dr. Chavez came back, what did you do at that point?
I left to go get my makeup retouched up before the award show started.
Did you see Dr. Chavez at all for the remainder of the night?
No.
Did you see Amie at all for the remainder of the night?
No.
And did you see the defendant at all for the remainder of the night?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further. Your Honor.
Well, we got 4 minutes. You want to start?
I'd prefer to just start on the third.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be back at 1:30. Have a good lunch.
Okay. Perfect timing. All right, let me pause this. And we are, first of all, look at outside is getting a little wild out here. The clouds are getting a little dark out there. All right, I am going to pull this up. We're about to do the giveaway. About to do the giveaway. About to do the giveaway. I sing to myself. Totes normal. Totes normal. Okay. That should do it. Let me get it pulled up here. Very excited. Okay. So let me put my yard back where it goes. Save update. All right. So I've got the giveaway spinner. So we are about to see who wins the giveaway. Now, I did not want to leave mods out of this. I know mods get the raw end of the stick, or whatever that saying is, get a raw deal or the short end of the stick. I just make up my own crap. All right, anyway, mods get left out. So I didn't want to leave mods out. So I included any of the mods who subscribed to Kathy that sent their, oh, I think just unbuttoned. Shouldn't have stretched so much. So I included them, but if we do choose a mod, I will do another one too, so that a non-mod can be a winner as well. All right, here we go. Fingers crossed. Hope. Oh, I left out one of the asterisks. Hope, you're our winner. Hope, email me your address, and I am going to send you one piece of merch from Kathy's site, and I'll send you one of ours too. Let's do one more. I'm feeling happy on a Friday Eve. Let's see if we can do one more. And Chrissy G, you are also a winner. Congratulations, Chrissy G. Congratulations. Chrissy G and Hope, y'all send me your emails, not your emails. Don't need those. Send me your addresses, and then I will send you a piece of merch from our site and from Kathy's. So yay to y'all. Congratulations. And if you have not subscribed yet to Kathy's channel, go ahead and do that, because she is hilarious. And that was fun. I like that. Like little spin wheel thing. That's fun. That's a blast. We should do that more often. All right. So I need to cover back that up. Let's just do that. Look, you can see where it's raining in the corner of my yard, like on that side. I'm pointing this way because technically when I look out the window, that's what I see. But on the camera, it's on that side. You can see the rain coming down. It's kind of crazy looking, isn't it? I love those clouds. All right. So congratulations to our winners. So exciting. Yay. Congratulations. You can email me your address at brandy@brandychurchwell.com. And yes, Ivan, it's not Friday, it's Friday Eve. Hello. Are you not here every single Thursday morning when I get excited about Friday Eve? It's Friday Eve. All right, let me get this back on. If someone living in Europe had one, then I have that covered too. We have on the merch site, we have delivery available there as well. We're everywhere. We're in like we have listeners / viewers / members / family members here from I think last I checked it was like 46 countries or something like that. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that kind of cool? We all over. Jet setters. Jet setters. Are there people on the beach? I would be moving. There probably are. They don't let's see. I think Mr. Kinney is still there. Oh, look, now you can see rain in the other sides too. Hold on. Let's blow this up a little bit and look. It looks like oh, sorry, Luce, you got to go for a second. Oops. Dang it. Oops. I'm just messing everything up. Okay, now let's try. There we go. It looks like there is somebody standing down there on the bottom right of the screen. You can see. It looks like Mr. Kinney still got all the chairs up, but he's starting to put umbrellas up. But yeah, see how you can see the rain in the back? Isn't that crazy looking? You know what I was thinking? Because I'm always.
Say something to the effect of.
Okay.
Oops, didn't mean to have that bust us out. I was thinking about. Oh, look, somebody's going out there. What's he got? What's he got in his hand? See, I could sit here and people watch all day, which is what I did before I started doing this. But what I love is, oh man, those clouds in the very far corner are looking ominous. So what I was thinking is I have right now in order to give yard cam, we started this, of course, on Hurricane Watch, but I just have my laptop sitting on my table that's right by my window. But I was thinking I might see if I can get one of those cameras that, oh, there go our little beach worker guys. Hi. What are those little cameras that can go outside, but I wouldn't keep it out full time, mainly just because I don't want it to cover my view when I'm not working. But I have like a sliding window right there. And I'm thinking like, if I can get like one of those, you know, they have like the things where you can put the bird feeders on there, but instead of the bird feeder, I could put a camera. And that way we can have the camera out there. And then when we go on breaks, like when I take Lucy out and stuff, I can leave the sound on so we can hear the waves too. How cool would that be? But I have to get another camera. This would be camera number 3. Because right now, like I said, it's just my laptop. I think that would be so cool. But if we did that, I would need to get something where I can put it outside. It is too hot in Florida to be leaving my window open, y'all. So I would have to do something where I can like slide open the window and put the thing to hold the camera out there outside. And then I would keep it muted while we're listening to this. But then like on breaks and stuff, we could listen to the beach. Or when we need to like woo-saw when we have an attorney that's driving us nuts or a defendant that we're pissed off at or something like that. So I'm going to look into that. I'm going to try to have that done by next week. I might work on that this weekend, see what I can find to work that out. I think it'd be cool. All right, let's see. All right,
Well, she said yes, but was it something to the effect of the
go back to
Say something to the effect of.
Okay, well, she said yes, but was it something to the effect of those words?
Yes.
Okay.
Detective Carranza and Masterson interviewed you on the 28th of October in 2021. Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact date
Do
that
you
I was interviewed. Yes.
And that was a recorded interview.
Yes.
In that interview, detectives asked you, what was the first thing you heard Mr. Pursehouse?
What happened? I don't know if the storm is messing with stuff.
Yes.
And you responded that you heard him say, funny seeing you here.
Oh. I thought it was me. It was the feed. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Jameson.
I told you this feed is weird. It skips around some.
This morning on direct,
You testified that you heard Mr. Pursehouse say, you fucking ruined my life to Ms. Harwick.
Yes.
She says something to the effect of.
Okay, well, she said yes, but was it something to the effect of those words?
Yeah.
Okay.
Detective Carranza and Masterson interviewed you on the 28th of October in 2021. Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact date
Do
that
you
I was interviewed. Yes.
And that was a recorded interview.
Yes.
In that interview, detectives asked you, what was the first thing you heard Mr. Pursehouse say? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you responded that you heard him say, funny seeing you here.
Yes.
And you mentioned to the detectives that you and one of the detectives had a phone call prior to that interview. Do you remember that?
They called me to set up an interview.
Well, in the interview, you specifically referenced this phone call that you had with the detective. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you brought it up and you told the detectives that in that phone call, the detective had asked you about hearing this specific phrase, ruining his life or something like that.
Yes.
And so in this phone call, the detectives told you, hey, Mr. Pursehouse said this phrase. Do you remember hearing it?
Yes.
And you specifically told the detectives in your interview that you did not remember those exact words.
Is that correct?
Yes.
It was the detective who told you in the phone call that Mr. Pursehouse had said, you ruined my life.
Objection to state's testimony.
That's cross-examination. Is it correct that the detective is the one that made that statement to you over the phone?
I believe so.
And you specifically told them in the interview that you hadn't heard those exact words, but that you had heard something along the lines of jealousy, that he was expressing jealousy. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That he was there shooting an adult film event, and he was upset that she was there, right?
Yes.
Because previously she had a problem with that industry.
It seemed like it.
And so now she's here. And so that was the reason that he was explaining to Ms. Harwick why he was upset.
Check the clock for speculation.
Sustained.
You don't have to.
Did you hear him make specific statements to the effect of, why are you here if you had such a problem with it?
Something on the lines.
On direct, you testified that Ms. Harwick tried to walk away and Mr. Pursehouse followed.
Yes.
And when you spoke to the detectives in the interview, in the recorded interview, isn't it true that you were not actually sure about that point? Whether he followed her?
I definitely knew that he followed her.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript of your interview?
Objection, she doesn't need her memory refreshed. Answer your question.
Yeah, she said she stated that you do remember that. Is that correct?
I remember her leaving and him following, and them going near the bathroom.
Looking at page 10, line 26 of the transcript, isn't it true that you said, and I quote, "I think they just, well, she walked away, and I think he followed. I'm not sure."
Objection is taken confrontation.
Well, overruled.
Isn't it true that that is what you told the detectives during your interview on the 28th of October, 2021?
I definitely saw them walk away, and they went near the bathroom.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's your answer.
The question is, did you say to the detectives during your interview that she walked away and I think he followed? I'm not sure.
Objection, he just asked the same question.
Well, correct, and she's answered it.
Well,
That's the way she answered it. Are you disagreeing that you make that statement to the officers?
I'm sorry?
Do you disagree with what he just stated? Did you make that statement to the detectives that interviewed you? Repeat the statement.
and then I think they just, well, she walked away and I think he followed. I'm not sure.
Okay, hold on. I have to stop for a second. Remember when we were doing the beach thing and I told y'all about the water spouts? I'm getting texts that there's water spouts outside and it looks like there's one forming. So watch beach cam occasionally because apparently there's some in my area right now. They look like tornadoes on the water.
I know for sure that he followed her.
Okay, that's not inconsistent. You followed her.
The question relates to her statement to the detectives.
Right. So did you make that statement to the detectives? Then you followed her?
I thought I did.
Okay.
And my question only relates to not what your memory is today, but what you told the detectives when you were interviewed back in 2021.
But that is your memory today.
That's what she recalls telling you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure I understand the timeline. You are with Mr. Chavez and Ms. Harwick online to get to the red carpet, right?
In line, yes.
Thank you. And the specific reason that the line exists is to take pictures on the red carpet, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Chavez leaves to get drinks, right?
Yes.
And how much time passes between Mr. Chavez leaving and Mr. Pursehouse approaching?
Within 3 minutes or so.
And then there's the 2 to 3 minute interaction between Mr. Pursehouse and Ms. Harwick.
Something like that. Me and her were just having very, very small talk. I just met her.
I mean, once Mr. Pursehouse arrives, then the interaction between the two of them before they leave the line is about 2 to 3 minutes.
Very, very fast. Couple minutes.
And you hear some of the things that were said, but not everything.
Correct.
You were looking at your phone.
I was just in line. I wasn't necessarily looking at my phone. The only time I really looked at my phone was when I was trying to contact Hernando.
When Mr. Chavez does walk back up to the line, Ms. Harwick and Mr. Pursehouse weren't there anymore, right?
Correct.
They'd already left.
Yes.
And so the part of the conversation and the phrase that you have testified to that you heard, Mr. Chavez was not there when you heard that phrase.
He was not there when he heard the phrase.
You told Mr. Chavez the general area they had gone,
Yes.
and he stayed with you in line.
I already finished the red carpet, so I no longer needed to be in line. I was just standing there with her to keep her company while he went to go get us drinks.
Right, but I'm asking, when Mr. Chavez comes back and you tell him where Ms. Harwick and Mr. Pursehouse went,
Hmm.
then Mr. Chavez stayed with you.
No.
No. Specifically, when Mr. Chavez returned from the bar, you didn't like run over towards him as he was coming to you, did you?
No.
At some point, well after the XBiz award event, Mr. Chavez contacted you and informed you that Ms. Harwick had passed away.
Yes.
And he told you that you should contact the police.
He asked if I could.
He said it was important that you tell them what you heard.
Yes.
And you did contact the detectives.
Yes.
And you had that phone call that we talked about before.
Yes.
And in that phone call, the detectives asked you what you remembered and what you heard about what happened in the event.
I told them the gist of it.
The detectives told you that there was this phrase at issue, whether he said, "You ruined my life, bitch."
Hey, let's not go over that issue again, Council. Let's move on.
To your knowledge, that phone call was not recorded.
To my knowledge, I don't remember.
Prior to your testimony today, the prosecution sent you, or the detective sent you, a transcript of your interview from 2021.
Yes.
And you recently spoke to DA, the district attorneys, about this case, right?
Yes.
And you spoke to them about what you remembered from that night.
Yes.
When was this conversation?
Today? Is that what you're asking?
No, prior to today's testimony. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Avila or Ms. Mariano or any of the detectives about your recollections and, what happened that night?
I just remember asking them, or they basically asked me to come to trial, but I don't remember really talking about everything except for when they initially recorded everything.
Nothing further.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Jameson, you were asked several questions by Mr. Franzel about this phone call you had with detectives prior to coming in for an interview. So just to be clear, you physically went to a police station and gave an interview, is that correct?
Yes, they came to Henderson, Nevada, where I was residing at the time, and I met with them at the local police station in Henderson.
But prior to physically meeting with law enforcement, you actually had a phone call with a detective, is that correct?
I think so.
Or somebody from a member of law enforcement?
Yes, to schedule up the interview.
And was that an interview or some sort of logistical phone call?
Logistics.
Was that to set up this meeting in Henderson to take a statement from you?
Yes, because I believe they were all in Los Angeles, and I told them that I was living in Henderson, so they said they would come up to me.
Would it be fair to say that your recollection of the night and what you told detectives is captured in your interview at the police station in Nevada?
Yes.
And prior to today, you had an opportunity to actually listen and watch that interview. Is that correct?
I listened to it. I didn't watch it.
I'm sorry. You actually listened to it, the
I
audio
listened
of
to
that.
it. Correct.
Now, when Mr. Franzel, that's defense counsel over here, asked you some questions, he asked you about this statement that you heard the defendant say something to the effect of, "You ruined my life." You recall that?
Yes.
We talked about it on direct examination as well.
Yes.
Now, I think the gist of the question, and you appeared confused, so I'm going to ask you again.
Well, all right, that part would be stricken. You go ahead and ask her again.
Did you appear, were you confused by Mr. Frenzel's question when he asked you that?
Yes.
Okay. So, as a point of clarity, you appear confused by Mr. Frenzel's question, so let me ask you in a different way. Was that statement fed to you by detectives?
No.
Do you independently recollect hearing the defendant say something to the effect of, "You ruined my life"?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
The phone call with the detective or law enforcement member that occurred prior to your interview in Henderson, it's your testimony today that phone call was purely logistical,
Yes.
and that there were no questions about what happened at the XBiz Awards.
No.
Okay, I have in my hand what I'd like to mark as an SD. It's a CD, which is an excerpt of the interview with Ms. Jameson. I'm showing counsel transcript.
I have the same objection as, if I may read your transcript for one moment.
Yes. Is this going to her statement regarding what you characterize as logistical
Yes,
conversation?
definitely.
And may we approach?
All right.
You can see the rain has come in down there on beach cam. There's the water spouts that are being reported are, well, that way, coming our way.
All right, Counsel.
Thank you. Prior to the
If I lose
little break
power,
we just took,
go back.
you had just testified that the conversation you had with the detective before the interview was purely logistical.
Yes.
What do you mean by logistical?
Setting up where we're gonna meet because I was in Henderson, they were in LA, and basically they were coming to Henderson and they asked me to meet them at the local Henderson police station that was near my house.
Okay, you didn't speak during that initial call. You didn't speak about the case at all, other than just setting up the meeting.
I honestly don't recall.
Okay, now she says she does not recall, Counsel. Why don't you approach, refresh her memory at this point? She says she doesn't recall. So that's different now.
Okay.
Do you have a transcript?
I have the actual interview that I'd like to play for her with headphones on.
Well,
Refresh her
show her the transcript
I will.
first. Yeah, show her the transcript.
She's saying she doesn't remember.
And I'm going to refresh her recollection. Would it refresh your recollection to listen to the interview?
I
You can do it either way.
can read it.
Right. Oh, she said she can read
She said
it.
she could read it.
All
My
right,
question, okay, Your Honor, may I please cross-examine this witness?
you are.
I know the prosecution's playing an ample role here.
Wow. All right.
Would it refresh-
He's free to recollect, have a witness's recollection refreshed by any means. And if you're going to play that excerpt, then go ahead.
All right.
Give her the transcript to follow along, if you would.
They are not fans of each other.
Yes.
Our next witness is Rebecca Jollock.
Okay.
KT, welcome to the family.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome.
May I place this here? Sorry. Let me get one more thing. Volume good?
picture, so.
Did that refresh your recollection?
A little bit, but it was honestly a long time ago, so I don't really remember too much.
You still don't remember too much, you said?
I don't really remember that initial phone call.
Okay.
Having just listened to your own statement to the detectives about that phone call, doesn't refresh your recollection about what was said in that phone call?
It was
They guess the entire
Hold on.
phone call?
Well, based on what he played to her,
Based on what I played.
but just what he played to her. And you're-
what you played. That was me in Henderson talking. That wasn't the initial phone call, so I don't
Right.
really remember the phone call.
So that was not the initial phone call you received?
No, that what he played for me, that's me in Henderson at the police department.
Okay.
Okay, so when you were being interviewed by the detectives, you told the detectives, hey, that phone call that we had, in that phone call, you asked me if he said you ruined my life, bitch.
Objection asked me, sir.
Well, no,
This
it's-
is the time that
I understand. He's setting a foundation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is what counsel stated correct? Repeat it if you would.
In the October interview with the detectives in Henderson, you told them, hey, when you called me and we had a phone call, you asked me, did Mr. Pursehouse say you ruined my life, bitch? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told the detectives that you don't remember those exact words.
It was something on the lines of you ruined my life, bitch. It might have not been those exact words, but he was just mad at her because he was basically calling her a hypocrite why she was there when he didn't really accept that, or when she didn't really accept
So you're
that.
saying something along the lines of, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He's like ready to get this over with.
All I'm asking about is what you said in that interview to the detectives.
Right, but she said she can't recall. It was something along the lines of what you stated.
I know, but
Your Honor, Mr.
Oh my
Krenzel
gosh.
is asking the same
I understand.
question, and he's getting the same answer.
Yes,
And just
and
because he doesn't like the answer. doesn't
counsel,
mean
no
he gets
speaking
to
objections. No, I don't want to hear any editorial with respect to that. Okay, that's it. She stated something along the lines of what you stated to her, and it remains, and the record remains as such. All right,
thank you, nothing further.
anything?
Wow.
Do you,
This
as
is-
you sit here
This is what's
today
going on
and
outside my house right now.
independently recall the defendant saying something along those lines of you ruined my life to Amie Harwick at the ex-visit boards?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything based on that question?
No.
Okay, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Can she be subject to recall?
Yes, make it available if you would.
Subject to recall. Oh, that's
Well,
for her.
Out of state.
Yes, it's up to.
Okay, so
They would
if
have-
you, yeah, if you want.
We could make it available, but they would have to take they have to take care of the logistics.
That's fine.
Okay, fine. Make her available and they'll take care of the logistics if they need her. All right, next witness, if you would.
The people call Ms. Gillard, Rebecca Gillard.
Okay,
This attorney is. He's something, huh? They're already getting annoyed with him, and y'all, this is only the very beginning. So imagine how much worse this is going to get as time goes by. Oh yeah, these are somebody who lives right down the road from me. She just took.
yes, if you could raise your right hand,
Kinda cool,
face
huh?
this gentleman here.
You solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Ms. Shalad, as I've advised other witnesses, if you would lean into the microphone when you speak so to make sure that all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Rebecca Jalad, REVECKA JALLAD.
Ms. Mariano.
Thank you, Your Honor. How do you know Amie Harwick?
We became close friends through working together, modeling, photo shoots, things like that.
When would you say, approximately, you don't need to give me an exact date, of when you guys met?
Wow. Sorry. I would say 2008. Yeah.
And you've known each other ever since, I assume?
Yes.
Would you say that since knowing each other since 2008, quite a long time, that you were good friends?
Yes.
Well, she said the witness herself said she was, the word she used, the characterization was close friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you keep in touch?
Yes.
How often would you say you kept in touch with Amie throughout your friendship?
Every few months. We didn't talk for a few years. And then we had rekindled our friendship. And then once that happened, typically we'd be in contact every few months or so.
What about in the months leading up to her death? How often would you say you spoke during that time?
I would say once every few weeks. We became a lot closer.
Now, in the time that you've known Amie, have you ever seen her smoke any tobacco products?
No, never.
Any sort of nicotine products?
No,
Did you ever see her ingest nicotine in any form?
no.
Prior to her death, when was the last time you saw her?
It was February 14th. We went to an event together.
And is that Valentine's Day?
Yes.
What did you do that day on Valentine's Day?
We went to a burlesque show.
And you're referencing we. Who are you talking about, we?
Myself, Amie, and our friend Sarah
And where was this burlesque show located?
at the Globe Theater in downtown LA.
And was that on 7th and Broadway?
Yes.
How did you get to the Globe Theater that evening?
I took an Uber.
And where were, you don't have to tell us the exact location, but the general location of where you were coming from.
I was coming from 711 Olive Street.
Okay, so the exact location.
That was my office, so I remember the address.
So you Ubered from 711 Olive Street. That's just a few blocks away, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know about what time you arrived at the Globe Theater?
Must have been around 7:30, 7:30.
Did you meet Amie and your friend Sarah there?
Yes. Yes.
Who arrived first?
Amie was there first.
And then who arrived second?
I did.
And when did Sarah arrive?
Probably about 20 minutes after I got there.
Now, is Sarah also a friend of yours?
We had just met that night.
That was the first time you'd ever met Sarah.
Yes.
And is that from a friend of Amy's?
Yes, she was a friend of Amy's.
Was Amie responsible for kind of setting up the night?
She was.
Now, when you were at the Globe Theater, did you take any photographs while you were there?
We did.
Your Honor, at this time, the people are holding 3 photographs with a witness. May that be marked as People's 12, A, B, and C?
Yes.
Yeah, it's clear enough out there. Florida, it don't last long. It comes and goes quick.
Michelle, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 12A. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is this a photograph that was taken of you while at the Globe Theater?
Yes.
Could you tell us who's who in the photograph?
Sure. From left to right, Amie, Tosh, Miss Tosh. I'm not. She was the dancer there, so I don't know her full name. And then Sarah and myself.
So when you say Tosh was a dancer there, that's not one of the people that was out with you at the Globe Theater, is that correct?
No, she was one of the performers.
In the burlesque show?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about what you guys were wearing. Was there a uniform for the night?
There was. We were to wear all either pink or red.
And whose idea was that?
That was Amy's.
And you had all discussed that prior to this day?
We did. Well, on the day. Yeah.
Do you remember the accessories that Amie was wearing that day?
I do.
And what accessories were those?
She had a leather jacket on with her. She also had rosary necklaces.
I'm zooming in on a photograph here of People's 12A, and I'm pointing to what appears to be a necklace, or two necklaces. Are those the necklaces that you're referring to Amie having worn that night?
Yes.
Now, did you take additional photos at the Globe Theater, aside from the one I'm showing you here?
We did? Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 12B. Is this the photograph that was also taken there?
Yes.
And could you point out who's who in this photograph?
I'm to the right and Amy's to the left. Sorry.
You said you're to the right and Amy's to the left?
I'm sorry. I'm on the left and Amy's on the right.
You're to the left and Amy's to the left. If you need a moment, just let me know and we can pause.
Do you have tissues up there?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, it's right behind the screen. Just reach behind the screen right there.
That's sad. She was with her friend that night celebrating.
That's okay.
And that was the last time she saw her. That's really sad.
gonna
I'm
show you
already
one
annoyed
more
with the
photo,
defense attorney.
Sean.
And he hadn't even got up there.
People's 12C. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that another photo that was taken that evening?
Yes.
And could you tell us who's in the photo?
Myself to the left and Amy to the right.
Now, how long do you recall was the burlesque show?
It finished around 9:30, so like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
Now, did you decide to go somewhere after the Globe Theater?
Yes.
So what time would you say you actually left?
Between 9:45 and 10 p.m.
And where did you go?
We first went to my office at 711 Olive Street. And then we went to the Nomad Hotel, which was across the street.
What's the Nomad?
It's a hotel / eatery. They have food, drinks.
Gotcha.
And it is a hotel.
Did all of you go there?
Yes, we did.
So that was Sarah, Amie, and yourself?
Yes.
Could you kind of tell us logistically how that took place?
Yeah, so Sarah and I had both Ubered there. So Amie drove us back.
What do you mean Amie drove you back?
We went in her car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we drove to my office. And
so just to be clear, so that I'm not confused, Sarah drove both yourself and Sarah in her car back to your office located at 711 Olive Street.
Yes.
And that's located across the street from the Nomad?
Yes.
Where did Amie park?
In the down under garage of my building. I had parking there, so.
Is that where you had also parked earlier in the evening?
Yes, my car was there. Yeah.
And why did you decide to drive back with Amie and have her park there?
She'd taken her car, and it's safer. You know, my building is safe and secure parking.
Gotcha.
So, and we knew we wanted to go to the Nomad, and I said, well, my business is right there, so let's just go park. It's a gated parking, so.
What time would you say after leaving the Globe Theater did you arrive at the Nomad?
Probably around 10:30. Wasn't, yeah.
What did you guys do once you were there?
We talked. We had something to eat. Amie had tea.
And when you say you laugh when you say Amie had tea, why did you laugh?
Because she loves tea.
Okay.
Aw.
And you said you and Sarah had some drinks. Is that right?
Yeah, not alcoholic, just because we were ending the night. So
About how long would you say you stayed at the Nomad with Amie and Sarah?
we left around midnight. Yeah.
And when you say
12,
we, did all three of you leave at the same time?
Yes, we did.
Where did you each go from there? Let's start with Sarah.
Sarah took an Uber to where her car was parked, and Amie and I walked back to my office.
Did you go straight home from there?
No,
What did you guys do once you and Amie walked back to your office?
we went up to my actual office. She wanted to see it, and I had just gotten a puppy, and she just wanted to see the puppy. And so we just went up there, and we were just talking for a moment. I had to gather my things. I didn't want her going to the garage by herself, and so we went back down together.
How much time would you say you spent in your office playing with your new puppy? And
Not much time, maybe 10 minutes, because we just both wanted to get home. It's late.
And you said that you had both walked down to the garage together.
Yes,
And we're talking about the parking garage.
yes.
What happened once you got down to the parking garage?
We talked for a few minutes by our car, and then we both got in our cars and went to the freeway together, and I followed her on the freeway, and then, we went our separate ways.
And what time would you say that was when you finally, got into your
keep
cars
showing him.
and drove out of the parking garage?
Well, it doesn't take very long to get home. Must have been 12:30. It was a pretty, maybe 20 minutes or so. We went up and came down, and then we left.
And where did you go from your office?
I went to my house.
And how long you said it takes you? Did you say 20 minutes to get home?
Or so, yeah. I got home at 1 a.m.
Now, did you hear from Amie at any point after parting at the garage to arriving at your house?
Yes.
And how did you hear from her?
As soon as I was pulling into my garage at my home, she texted me and asked me to send her pictures.
Your Honor, at this time, the people are holding 2 pages of screenshots of text messages. May that be marked as people's 13A and 13B?
Yes.
And just preliminarily, I'm going to leave this exhibit up. I just want to let counsel know, just because the next series of questions will be involved with this exhibit, Your Honor.
We're in our discussion had to do with photographs. So not so much text and so forth and or these. As long as you're asking on the issue of the witness, that's fine. You're within the court's order.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right.
So you said that you received a text message from Amie at what time?
It was 1:02.
Now I'm gonna show you, let's see, 13A. Do you have a good view of that in the screen in front of you?
I do, yes.
Now, do you recognize this to be your phone based on these text messages?
Yes, it was my phone.
Showing you the initial text message here, send me the selfies we took. Is that a text message from you or?
That's from Amie.
That's from you.
Yes,
And you see the timestamp right above there?
I do.
Okay. And what's the timestamp?
1:01 a.m.
And that is a text message you received from Amie?
Yes,
Now, there's a second text message in blue saying, okay,
yes,
and with a timestamp of 1:02 a.m.
yes,
Is that your response to Amy's text message?
yes,
And you said that's what time you came home?
Yes, because I distinctly remember as soon as I pulled into my garage, I got the message. I was in my car and I responded before I even went into my house.
So upon seeing that text message, you immediately responded.
Yes,
Now, and these are the photographs that we see on the screen that I showed you earlier, is that correct?
yes.
I'm going to show you people's 13B. These are the other photographs that we talked about under direct examination in people's 12. Is that correct?
Yes.
There is a timestamp on the right side here of 1:07 a.m. Are those text messages that you had sent between the times of 1:02 and 1:07?
I sent them all at once, and it looks like some of them just got delivered a little later.
Did you get a response from Amie after sending these messages?
No,
And when was the last time you ever heard from Amie?
when she texted me to send the photos.
So the text messages that we're viewing is the last communication you ever had with Amie prior to her death?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Okay.
Counsel, you can, are you going to use those photographs then?
Oh, here we go.
Okay, you have no questions? Okay, you can take those down. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
No questions.
You're welcome. You can-
The people called Maricela Mendoza.
All right.
Am I the only one that's like really relieved that there's no questions?
All right, ma'am, if you could face my clerk, please.
Please raise your right hand. Yes. You solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Set a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Maricela Mendoza, Maricela Mendoza.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Do you know Amie Harwick?
Yes, I do.
How do you know each other?
We've been friends for about 20 years. We were friends for about 20 years.
Oh,
How did you guys meet?
We met many years ago through Coffin Case, which is a company we both modeled for back in the day.
Were you good friends?
Yes, we were.
Did you maintain regular contact with each other over this period of about 20 years?
Yes, we did.
Would you say you kept in touch often?
Yes, we did.
And could you tell me what often means?
Often was every other day. We'd talk, or we'd go have waffles, or we'd go eat, or we'd go have coffee, or there was only one period where I distanced myself, and that's when I lost my boyfriend who passed away. So, but that was just a grieving process. And then we picked up again after I was ready.
So you kept in touch fairly often?
Yes.
In the time that you've known her for, I think you said 20 years, had you ever seen her smoke any tobacco
why is it doing that?
products?
Absolutely not.
Ingest any tobacco products?
Absolutely not.
Ingest any form of nicotine whatsoever?
Absolutely not.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Gareth Pursehouse?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by telling us where he's seated and what he's wearing?
I'm assuming that is him at the very far right. Looks a little different than I remember, but I think that's him on the far right over there.
What's he wearing?
He's wearing a blazer with a blue collar shirt.
All right, identify the defendant.
How do you know the defendant?
We met through Amie.
Could you tell me about when you first met the defendant?
Objection relevance.
Sustain.
I think, Your Honor, we'll go to, it's foundational.
All right, I'll give you some leeway back to that.
When did you first meet the defendant?
I'm not too certain if it was around 2009 or 2010.
And was the defendant and Amie dating at the time that you met him?
Objection relevance.
Hold on.
Yes.
And seeing that they were dating, did you spend time with the both of them?
Yes, I did.
At the time that you were hanging out with Amie and the defendant at the same time, did you know what he did for a living?
Objection relevance.
Sustain.
I believe it's foundational as well. Your Honor.
Let's move on.
Now, when you were with hanging out with both the defendant and Amie, were you aware of how long they dated?
Objection relevance.
Good answer, Vito.
I'm not sure how long they were dating. I know that they had been off and on for a while. I tried to not be around them as much.
Objection non-responsive.
Okay, the answer will stand. Let's ask our next question if it was.
Unresponsive.
Do you know if they were ever living together?
Yes, they were.
In fact, had you ever been to their shared residence while they were dating?
Yes, many times.
Objection relevance has to respond to question.
The answer will stand that they were living together and that she'd been there. Okay.
Were you pretty familiar with their relationship?
Objection relevance.
All right, sustain.
Without getting into the details, would you describe their relationship as volatile?
Objection.
Let's approach it.
Well, this is getting a little wild. Hey, while they are, oops, look at me messing stuff up. While they are on their little break so that they can fight, everybody take a second and say happy birthday to Darlene. Today is her 66th birthday, and she is probably not live with us. I think she's normally on replay crew, but today is her birthday. So everybody take a second, say hello, happy birthday. We love you. It's your 66th, and we hope that you spend the next 66 here with us. Happy birthday, Darlene. All right, now let's listen to some more fighting. I love how I get to skip forward 10 seconds.
Yes.
While they argue.
All right, Justin.
Thank you. May I repeat the question?
Yes.
Without getting into details, would you describe their relationship as volatile?
Yes.
That was the last question that was asked. You're objecting as leading. The court's going to allow the answer to stand based on the court's order that we don't want to get into areas that the court thinks are relevant. If counsel understands where I'm going with this. Go ahead. All right.
Oh, that's why they're doing
Do
this.
you know around
Now it
the
makes
time
sense.
of when that relationship ended?
I'd say it might have been late 2010, 2011, before 2012.
Was it an amicable breakup?
Objection foundation.
Well, sustain. Unless you lay a foundation with respect to that.
They don't want to enter in the prior
You said that you
restraining orders
were
and stuff.
friends with Amie Harwick for 20 years. Did you remain friends with Amie during her relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Did that include the time frame when Amie and the defendant broke up in the time frame that you gave around 2011?
Yes.
Did Amie confide in you regarding her relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
When she confided in you, did that include the time period in which her and the defendant broke up?
Yes.
Was her breakup with the defendant amicable?
Objection to hearsay.
Court will allow
No.
Did Amie stay in contact with the defendant after that breakup?
Objection, hearsay, foundation, speculation.
it. All right.
Any more? The court will sustain it. Go ahead.
Were you aware of any attempts by the defendant to reconcile with Amie?
Objection.
Foundation, hearsay, speculation.
Sustained.
This is
Were
like
there any measures that you were aware of that Amie took in order to cut off contact with the defendant?
Objection. Foundation, hearsay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, let's approach.
this is fun. Ask a question, objection, relevance, hearsay, and relevance, hearsay, foundation. And then ask another question, objection, relevant. This is fun. They're getting a lot accomplished. They can't
All right,
bring in
now.
the prior restraining orders, so they're tiptoeing around
To your
here.
knowledge, did Amie stay in contact with the defendant after their breakup?
No.
Did she want to stay in contact?
Objection.
The answer stands that they did not keep in contact? Is that right?
Yes, they did not.
Okay, I'll allow the next answer with your question. Do you have a response to that last question?
What was it again?
May I ask a question again? Your Honor? Did she want to stay in contact
No.
with the defendant? Now, I want to talk to you about January of 2020. Did you speak to Amie about the defendant during January of 2020?
Yes, I did.
Could you explain how that conversation came about?
It was just at a party at her house, and I just felt like his energy was around with the work that I do.
Objection. Foundation.
Speculation.
All right, sustained. So you were a party, and then I sustain your objection. So you were a party, take it from there.
Motion to strike.
That part of it will.
We were at a party, and I asked about if she had spoken to him, and she said she hadn't spoken to him in years.
And this was at a party at her house?
Yes.
And you had brought that up?
Objection. Relevant.
Overruled. It's foundational, I take it.
Yes.
Good.
Since that party, had you had another conversation with Amie about the defendant in January of 2020?
Yes.
And how did that conversation come about?
She called me after the night of the X Awards.
The XBiz Awards?
Yes.
And was that January 17th of 2020?
Yes.
And this was a phone call.
Yes.
What did she tell you when she called you?
She just told me what happened at the event.
Right, as long as we're going to the state of mind.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
She just told me what happened at the event.
Did she tell you that she ran into the defendant?
Objection. Leading.
That's their feed. Or aliens. Maybe the camera guy just got sick and he's like, you know what, I'm just going to pause this.
I think it's probably a better, even though it is leading, but at least it doesn't run the danger of going into other areas. Or you can ask her what exactly she told her about
I'll
that.
withdraw my objection.
Okay, she'll withdraw it. You can pinpoint.
Was she specific about her interaction with the defendant at the XBiz Awards?
Yes.
What did she tell you about her interaction with the defendant?
She just was, I mean, everybody has heard it already. He threw a tantrum at the show.
Is that the word you used, Tim?
Not a tantrum. He went crazy is what she said.
Was she specific to you on the phone about who approached who?
He approached her.
She told you that?
Yes.
Did she describe to you on the phone what his demeanor was during this interaction?
Erratic.
Did she provide any instances of description, or did she provide description about his erratic behavior?
That he was still stuck in the past.
And did she say anything else about that?
She just was talking about what happened, that she had seen him and that he broke down and that he started pulling out text messages and making a scene in front of everybody. And she was really embarrassed and she just wanted to neutralize the situation. So they went off to the side to talk, and whatever happened, I wasn't there.
So let me try to break that down just a little bit. You said that she was specific about the defendant approaching her.
Yes.
You indicated that she told you something about text messages.
Well, she's reiterating what this witness just stated.
What did she say about those text messages?
He was just pulling up text messages from the past as if they had just happened yesterday.
And did she tell you what he did when he pulled up these text messages?
That he was.
This is far beyond the grounds of state of mind.
Okay, unless it's going to that state of mind specifically, of course, I'm sustaining objection. So.
Did she tell you what? My question is, did he read text messages to her, or he just pulled them up? I'm a little confused as to what that means.
Yeah, it remains that he was texting her. Okay.
I think the question I had for the witness is to make it clear that they weren't text messages that were being sent at the time of the interaction, but from the past. That's
yes, they were
essentially
from
the question.
All right.
So to be clear, were those text messages, did she refer to those text messages as text messages that were exchanged between herself and the defendant from the past?
From the past, from years ago.
Thank you. That was my question. Did she provide any specific statements he said to her during this interaction?
The interaction at the show?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Objection far beyond the grounds of state of mind.
And now it's going to state of mind.
Your Honor, can we approach so that we may
You
have
know,
an uninterrupted?
ladies and gentlemen, any of you own a stepmaster? Because I keep going down these steps.
This is a circus. This is a circus. What is happening? What is happening? I know that I think I'm gonna have a bottle of wine for lunch. I don't know what is. They did not come to court with love in their heart today. They have on their sassy pants. I don't think. I mean, look, perfect judge for these lawyers, though. He's like, nope.
I think we left off. I asked you about some text messages, or I'm sorry, some statements. Did Amie tell you about specific statements he said to her during the interaction at the XBiz Awards?
I don't recall the exact
Good point, Bailey.
things that she said he was saying.
Did she talk about his emotional state?
Yes.
And what was it that she told you about his emotional state?
That he was erratic.
Did she use any other sort of descriptors in regards
He was
to
crying. He's very emotional. That he got on the floor. He was crying on the floor.
That he got on the floor?
Yeah.
Did she tell you how she responded to the defendant as a result of the things of his erratic behavior?
Yes.
And how did she tell you she responded?
She was scared, but she also, is a therapist, so she wanted to diffuse the situation.
Did she tell you how she tried to diffuse that situation?
Just for some clarity.
You stated she was scared. Is that something she said to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry.
No problem, Your Honor. Did she tell you what she did to try to diffuse the situation?
She tried to talk him down, or talk him down the ladder, is what she said.
Did she sound concerned for her personal safety when you spoke to her?
Yes.
And what was her tone of voice when she was speaking to you in regards to her personal safety?
She was scared. She was, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know if he was going to come back.
Objection non-responsive.
Oh, is that what she told you?
Yes.
Now, I know this was a conversation over the phone, so you don't have like the benefit of
Yeah.
seeing someone when they speak. Could you tell by her tone of voice over the phone that she was scared?
Yes.
What was her tone of voice on the phone?
Well, it frightened. She was talking really fast. She just didn't know what she was going to do. I had told her to go to the police, I had told her to beef up her security, if possible.
Now, speaking of
Narrative.
Well, that part of it, the police and so forth is hearsay, so the court will sustain that
Marie
part.
Moss, our objection counter.
Speaking of security, did she talk to you about taking any sort of security measures as a result of this encounter with the defendant at the XBiz Awards?
Yes.
Or Marie Moss.
What did she say about that?
She was going to get her cameras ready, and she was going to bring her roommate back to feel safer in her house. She had felt safe with the roommate there.
Now, I know that we've been talking about this phone conversation that you had with Amie on January 17th. Did you also exchange text messages with Amie in January in regards to this interaction with the defendant at the XBiz Awards?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people are holding a screenshot of a text message between the witness and Amie. Will that be marked People's 14?
Yeah, is that one page?
It is one page.
Yes, Mark.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 14. Do you recognize this screenshot?
Yes.
Now, how do you recognize this?
That's the conversation that Amie and I had after she ran into Gareth.
Now, we can see here that there are text messages that are white, and then there are also text messages here. I know there's a black portion of it that are blue.
Yes.
Which text messages are Amie's?
Amie is the top white, and mine is the redacted.
The blue?
Yes.
Now, do you remember when it is that you received this text message?
I think that was on the 17th.
Was this before or after your phone call?
This was after the phone call.
Now, it says here, also, I had to block Gareth. He continued to message me after I told him I did not want to have contact. He even said that you sent your psychic energy to control the Star Trek episode that he's watching that reminded him of me. This is really scary.
Wow.
Is this a text message that Amie sent to you after your phone call where she told you about the incident?
Correct.
Did not have
And
that
how
on
soon
the-
after receiving, how soon after the phone call did you receive this text message?
This was just a few hours after.
Now, when was the last time you spoke to Amie prior to her death?
A few days before.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
People still watch Star
State of
Trek?
mind, we've been talking a lot about state of mind and so forth. And the state of mind sometimes includes hearsay, but it is, the best example I can give you is if someone went up to one of you and said, I'm going to sock you, not that that was stated in this case, but let's say, I'm going to punch you right now. It isn't so much for the truth that the person was going to punch you, but rather what effect it had on your state of mind. Were you afraid, or you dismissive, or what have you? Okay, so that's a nuance, and you'll get an instruction at the end of this case with respect to that. Okay, Counsel Senator.
No question.
Okay, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you. You're our next witness.
He controlled a Star Trek episode. Do they still play that? Oh, they do still play that. Some of y'all say that they watch it. I guess they play everything somewhere. I don't have cable, so.
What's the next witness?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
What's the name of the witness?
Mr. Traveler will be calling Michael Herman.
Michael Herman.
No,
Okay.
actually,
No?
Oh, Michael Herman's the roommate.
I'm sorry. Son gets the
Easy for you to say. Okay.
You gotta say that fast.
And I,
How do you spell that last name?
BALANI.
Okay.
Y'all, we're going to do a
Oh, sorry.
poll at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Marie Moss is keeping up with objections. We're going to do a poll on how many y'all
I
think there
see.
are.
Oh, you're gonna call Montano? Is that Damien?
Damien on time.
Okay.
What do you think he's feeling right now? Do you think he's feeling like embarrassed?
Mr.
or-
Montano? Yes, if you could approach the witness, stand down here, please. Before you have a seat, if you can face this gentleman here.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause of opinion before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Damian Montano.
Spell them, please.
Oh, sorry. It's Damian. Last name is Montano.
This isn't the roommate. The roommate was Michael.
Mr. Montano, looking here at people's number one, it's an aerial photograph. You see the location where, on the home, it has the location like 2078 Mountain Street.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am. It's part. I'm sorry.
How are you familiar with that location?
It's part of my property, so it's a lower level rental unit.
And do you live on that property?
I do. I live at 2080.
And back on February 14th, 2020, Valentine's Day, did you live at that location?
Yes, I did.
And what part of that location did you live at?
My property is the whole first floor. It's hillside, so that lower unit only starts on the back half of the house. So mine is the entire top level.
And would yours be the closest to Mound Street?
Yes, it is.
And at your home, did you have any cameras?
I do.
And did you have those cameras back on February 15th, 2020?
Yes, I did.
What kind of cameras are those?
They're ring motion sensor cameras. So if they sense movement, light goes off and it starts recording.
And were those cameras triggered back on February 15th, 2020 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember about what time they were triggered?
1:08.
Your Honor, I have a DVD with 2 videos and labeled 2078 Mound Street. Is this the people's next in order?
You're at 6:15, excuse me.
15?
15, yes.
15. I should play the recording.
Yes.
Yes.
He barely moves. Did y'all see the pictures that I tweeted? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. So you can see him before and why
In a moment,
a friend said he looked different.
what's shown here.
Okay.
The first video clip is labeled 2080 Mound 1.
Aw.
Do you see the timestamp?
Yes, sir.
What's the timestamp on that video?
1:08 and 12 seconds.
And when you installed these Ring cameras, were you aware whether the timestamp on them was accurate?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because I've often checked to see what activity is going on. You can do a live feed. The live feed is always accurate. So every time I've checked it, it's been accurate.
And do you recognize the individual that was on that video clip that we just played?
No, I did not. That was why I didn't answer the door.
Let me play the second. And your camera, for how many minutes is set up to record someone if they set up the motion?
I believe it's 30 seconds with a 5-second rest before it kicks on for 30 more seconds. I believe that's what it does.
I'm going to show you a video, 2080 Mound 2. This is another video of that same individual. I'll ask you about the timestamp in a moment. What was the timestamp on the second video?
108 and 49 seconds.
And then you see the individual leave the location of your home and go across the street or something like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did someone request for you to provide these ring videos?
Yes.
And who was that?
Detective Tyler Adams, and then later Detective Carranza had requested them through Ring. I guess Ring has a system where police can request videos directly from Ring. So Ring contacts me and asks me if I give permission to share those, which I did.
Okay. When you gave those ring videos to Detective Taylor, when was that?
I believe it was on the 15th. So it was pretty shortly after the incident happened.
So the same day, February 15, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No questions.
All right, so you may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, rather than calling the witness right now, let's go ahead and take a break, 15 minutes if you will, please. Thank you.
Okay. Let me pull up this. This is him. This was him. This is the defendant. So, and this is him now.
Moving along with this trial, I am aware that
Crazy, right?
at least a couple of you have planned
That's
trips.
why she said it looks different.
One to Italy, which is nice, and so forth. So we are moving along. Some good news is that this Friday we had scheduled, the attorneys had scheduled, there's going to be a witness who was going to come in to testify. And instead, the attorneys have stipulated, and that means they've agreed to a fact or a process, in this case, a process. That witness will not be necessary for Friday, and that was scheduled for this Friday. What I'm trying to tell you is you'll be off on Friday. It's going to be off for a 4-day weekend, okay? All right, yeah, there you go. All right.
I thought you had to go to work, Your Honor.
I'm not saying anything. You said that. So in any event, okay? Just so you're on par with us. All right, your next witness, if you would, please.
Yes, people call Sangeeta Balani.
Okay.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause
They were like
of the
cheering.
before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Sure. It's Sangeeta, Sangeeta, Balani, Balani.
All right, counsel.
Can you please tell the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I am a custodian of records for the Los Angeles Police Department
And how long have you been doing that job?
for about 7 years.
Can you explain to the jury exactly what it is that you do in that job?
When people call 911 and those records are required, we retrieve those recordings and the typed records as needed.
Okay. And so does that include the audio recordings for the 911 calls?
Yes.
Does that include records documenting what time exactly the 911 call came in?
Yes.
And in this case, were you asked to retrieve the 911 records related to a call that occurred back on February 15, 2020 at about 1:14 in the morning related to a roommate screaming for help.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have in my hand a 3-page document. Page 1 has a title of affidavit with an affidavit from Sangeeta Balani, the witness. May this be marked people's next in order, people's number
Here, 16.
people's 16. And I'm going to mark each page A, B, and C.
All right.
All right, looking at page A of this exhibit. Can you just briefly describe to the jury what is shown there?
That's an affidavit signed by me saying that I'm the one that retrieved the records, and I've done it to the best of my ability.
Now, when you say retrieve the records, was there a request from someone to retrieve the records?
Yes, from the detective.
Looking at page 2 of this exhibit, can you tell us what is shown here?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell us what is shown here?
Oh, that is the request that was by the detective, and it indicates the date, the incident number, and any information related to that particular incident, and that he wanted the printout and the CD, which is the 911 recording.
And were you able to pull the audio recordings for the 911 call related to this incident and the log?
Yes.
Looking here at page C, the page with the title Incident Recall, has a name at the very top, Michael. What's that supposed to indicate?
That is the person that was calling 911.
And what did you document for the time of the first 911 call?
The time indicates 01:14 hours.
And how do we know that that time's correct?
When you listen to the recording, it corresponds with the incident. It is when the call comes in, the operator's typing in the address and what exactly the person is reporting. According to that, the incident is generated and there's a timestamp that's created.
And the timestamp that's created is based on what are you relying on to make sure it's accurate? What's that time based on? The time is correct. It's checked it's done a weekly check by the system monitor operators to make sure that it is on point. And here right next to 114, there's comments. Who types in those comments?
The operator receiving the call.
So the operator is making a summary of whatever she's being told by whoever's calling 911.
Correct.
And here the summary was PR, MW, and so on. Can you translate what's being said here on this, or what summary the 911 operator wrote?
Sure. It says, see the PR, which is person reporting, male white. He's wearing white shirt outside the location. That means he's standing outside. We'll direct to person reporting's roommate screaming for help, possible 242, which is battery involved.
And now this information goes out to who?
I'm sorry?
This information
on
the 911 call, do the 911 operators provide that information to some other people?
So once they get that information, they broadcast this information to the officers in the field.
So they receive, this is the type of information they're receiving for this incident? Correct. So they're supposed to be looking for a male white who may have blood on his shirt. Or I'm sorry, he's wearing a white shirt.
Correct.
And then to provide the 911 calls related to this incident and the logs to the detectives that requested it.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
People call Michael Herman to the stand.
Okay, so now is the roommate, I think. And y'all don't talk crap about the roommate, please. Let's be nice. We don't know how we would have reacted in that situation. So let's not, this is traumatic for him. So let's not anybody talk bad about him while he's up here. Okay.
All right, Mr. Herman, if you would step down here, please. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give and the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Have a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name.
Michael Herman, Michaelherman.
Counsel? Yes. Mr. Herman, how old are you?
50.
I want to draw your attention back to
is hard for
2020. Back then, where were you living?
I was living in the Hollywood Hills off Mound Street.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Looking here at People's Exhibit number 1, an aerial photograph showing 2086 Mound Street and 278 Mound Street. Were you living at 2086 Mound Street in 2020?
I was.
And did you live there with someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
Amie Harwick.
Looking at People's Exhibit number 9, do you recognize who that is?
Yeah.
And who is that?
That's Amie.
She is stunning.
And now you know that she died on February 15th, 2020.
Yes.
Prior to that date, how long had you been living at that location with her?
Probably around 5 months.
And did you stay there every day, or were there times when you were there, not there?
I traveled probably around 50% of the time.
What does that mean, you're gone 50% of the time?
Well, if you add up the days in a month, like I'm probably gone 2 weeks out of the month, like traveling for business.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to speak a little louder so the jurors back here can hear you. So speak into the mic if you can.
Okay, sure.
All right. So you said you would travel for business and that you would be gone. How much time?
On average, about 50% of the time.
And what is it that you did for a living back then?
I was consulting with chains of stores who were wanting to manufacture overseas or go straight to manufacturers and not use like middlemen anymore.
And prior to Amy's death, did she ever tell you whether anything was causing her concern?
Yes.
Okay, what did she tell you in that regard?
She was really worried about an ex-boyfriend that she had a restraining order against.
And did she tell you why she was concerned for this ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
She said that
without getting into details of any specific incident, just in general, what did she tell you about why she was afraid of this?
She felt like he was capable of and did physically harm her in the past.
I can withdraw that answer and ask another question.
Was that due to that question or something previously? All right.
They just get to fussing. We only have 477 likes. I'll bring Lucy and Beach Cam back when we get to, how many do we have in here? 933. When we get to 550, I'll bring them back. See if we can skip forward 10 seconds.
Yes,
I'm ready.
This witness responded to a question to the following. She felt like he was capable, I take it to Ms. Harwick, felt like that he was capable of doing and did do physical harm in the past. She felt like he was capable of doing harm, physical harm will remain. As far as the doing harm in the past, there is no basis for that. And so the court will strike that. And so you're not to consider that at all, ladies and gentlemen, all right? So that's why it's important that you follow the court's instructions with regard to that. Now, you have a stipulation to read. Now, stipulation, again, ladies and gentlemen, is a fact or set of facts that the attorneys agree, will agree on whatever the stipulation they state, and you're to accept them as facts or evidence as having been established by the evidence in this case. Okay, so it's not an issue at this point. If you would go ahead.
A restraining order naming Amie Harwick as a protected person was issued on April 12th, 2012, ordering Gareth Pursehouse to stay 100 yards away from her home, job, and vehicle. The restraining order expired on April 11, 2015. It was not in effect on the date of the incident.
So stipulated defense?
Stipulated.
Prosecution?
Yes.
All right, court will accept the stipulation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Were you present for any measures that were taken to secure the home prior to February 15, 2020?
Yes.
What did you observe or hear as far as any protective measures?
Amie had met with a handyman that I guess hadn't been working for her that long. And just one time in particular, I remember they were over by the glass doors that happened to be broken that evening. And Amie was pointing it out and telling him, we need to secure this. And I would just remember, because I think I was eating a bowl of cereal and kind of strolled over kind of slowly, and she got kind of quiet. And I just felt like she didn't want me to worry or something. I don't know. But I did hear that part.
And about how much time before February 15, 2020 was this handyman there at the house?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. February 15, 2020
okay,
is when Amie passed away. About how much time before that date was this handyman over at her house trying to secure these doors that you're describing?
I don't know if he got to the doors or not. I just know that conversation. I know he also.
Well, that's not what I'm asking.
Okay, yeah, I don't know how. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to count it up. Like maybe 4 or 5, maybe times I've seen him over there.
No.
But I don't.
How many days when you saw the lock? Was he there more than once?
Yes.
Okay.
But this one occasion that you're describing, when you're looking at these doors, that occasion, about how many days before February 15, 2020 did that happen, approximately? Or weeks?
It was between a week or 2.
Now, drawing you to the date of February 14, 2020, Valentine's Day. Were you there at 2086 Mount Street that day?
I was.
Okay. Were you there from what time to what time were you there?
I was there all day.
And did you go to sleep at a certain point in time?
Several times, yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because I'd been up working a lot of hours the previous 2 weeks.
Do you remember at what time you went to sleep?
Which time? Yeah.
Well, you tell me what time was the first time you fell asleep?
It was probably towards the I think it was close to morning on Friday morning, because Thursday night's Friday night in China. So I remember being up to catch their Friday night. I fell asleep towards that morning.
So on Valentine's Day, you fell asleep in the morning.
Yeah.
So do you remember how long you were asleep in the morning? Until you woke up?
I woke up several times, like to use the bathroom or get something to eat.
About how long was your longest amount of time that you slept in the morning?
Probably 3 or 4 hours, maybe.
How many?
3 or 4 hours, maybe.
Now let's take you more closer to, let's say after 6 p.m. Did you fall asleep after 6 p.m.?
Around then.
Did something wake you up after that time?
Yeah.
And what was that?
Well, I don't know what it was. It sounded like a glass plate falling upstairs. That's what I thought it was.
Now I have a CD here, Your Honor, with 2 3D videos, one labeled lower level and one level upper level. They didn't see mark people's names in order.
17.
17.
There is an objection. On 2 grounds. One, that these.
Are we doing the second objection?
Sidebar.
He said, "Are we doing speaking objections?" We have gone up to 519 likes. So as soon as we get to 550, I will bring back. Oh, now we're at 520. I will bring back Lucy and the beach. Let's see if we can skip forward.
17.
I love me some 10-second skip. Love it.
Now let's play the first video clip from people 17. And this is labeled the lower level. And I ask you to look at it and let me know if this fairly accurately represents what the lower level looked back on February 15, 2020. Wait until the video has played completely. Actually, let me pause it right here.
Their graphics are really cool and helpful for the jury. I like that.
One second. Yeah, 1 second now.
Yep.
I'm going to pause it at about 1 second. Do you see the structure at this point?
Yes.
Okay, it appears that the roof has been taken off so you can see onto the 3rd level.
Yes.
Does it show a 2nd level here?
Yes.
Is it off to the left? You can see part of it?
Yes, it's off to the left, next to the garage doors.
And could you see part of the 2nd level where you see the French doors that would lead into what?
Into the, I guess, the main living room area.
I don't want you to guess.
Well,
I want you to,
yeah, depends what you call it, but yeah, I would call it a main living room area.
I'm going to continue playing it. I'm going to pause it right here. This is at 15 seconds, and it appears to be, if you're looking at the front of the home, it would be the right side. Right? If you're facing the front of the home, it would be on the right side. You see there appears to be a door on the 2nd floor. You see that?
Yes.
That door leads to where?
The kitchen.
And I don't know if you have a laser pointer or.
I don't think the laser's gonna work on that. You have the old-fashioned flip
Yes.
pointer there.
There we go. It's old school. All right. You see this?
And so that's that window he jumped out of, right?
Right here, what appears to be a door on, if you're facing the front of the home on this 3D image, it would be on the right side of the home, right?
Yes.
So this door right here that I'm pointing to, what does that lead to? Okay, so that's leads it to the kitchen. Thank you. And does that door, can you exit that door? Are there stairs that lead from that door out into the patio?
Yes.
Can you continue playing this video? Can you pause it there? So I pause it at 22 seconds. Are you able to see the stairs that lead from that kitchen door out into the patio?
Yes.
And I'll pause it now at 25 seconds. And can you describe whether your bedroom can it be seen here?
Yes.
Can you just point out the door that would lead to your bedroom on?
That's it right there.
Okay, on this image that I stopped at 25 seconds, you pointed to a blue door that appears to be in the middle of what appears to be the white portion of the back of the house at the lower level.
Yes.
Okay. And what are the windows? Which are the windows to your bedroom?
This one, and this one.
Okay, and you pointed to 2 windows to the right of that blue door that you had just pointed to, and then a window to the side of the building on, if you're facing, the view we're facing now from looking at the back of the building, it would be on the right side to it.
Yes.
Thank I'm going to continue playing the video. I'm going to pause it right here. This is at 28 seconds. Now, if you were to face the front of the building looking at the house, this would be on the left side, correct?
Yes.
And here, there appears to be like a sectional showing, is there a sectional showing the mid-level?
Yes.
And appears to be a staircase that leads up to the third level?
Yes.
Okay. And is that staircase, is that near the front door?
Yes.
I'm continuing to play the video and I'll just play the remainder of it. I'm going to ask you if the video is going to show the lower level where you had your bedroom back on February 15, 2020.
My father
right
back
here. You see what's highlighted at 1 minute and 3 seconds when I stop the video?
Yes.
Are those the stairs that lead up to the mid-level?
They are.
And what's highlighted now in pink at 105, would that be your bathroom?
Yes.
What's highlighted now at 1 minute and 13 seconds, is that the utility room or what kind of room is that?
Laundry room, utility room.
Would you have laundry machines there?
Yes.
Can you continue to play the video? And now at 1 minute and 20 seconds, there appears to be a room to the left highlighted. And whose room is that?
That was my room.
And does this diagram shown at 1 minute and 20 seconds, does it barely reflect the dimensions of your room, the bathroom, the utility room, and the staircase?
Yes, it seems to, yes.
I'm going to stop this video and play the second video, which is the upper level, and ask you if you recognize what is shown here.
I'm digging their graphics, but they move a little slow.
I'm just going to pause it here. At 57 seconds, it appears to be a layout of the third floor. Do you recognize that layout?
Yes.
Have you been up to the third floor before?
Yes.
Did it have what appears, the room at the bottom in this diagram that's shown at 57 seconds, what room is that?
It was like a media room she made out of a bedroom.
Is the general size of it a fair and accurate representation here?
Yeah.
And then what's between that room and what's the next room next to that?
There's a bathroom. Yeah.
Was there a hallway in front of the bathroom?
Yes.
And then what's, looking at this image going to the top, what room is that?
That's her bedroom.
And then outside of her bedroom, what will we find?
I guess there's a closet and bathroom.
Oh, I'm talking about outside of her bedroom.
Stairs on a balcony.
And to the left, what is that?
That's the stairway balcony up to and balcony up to the third level.
I did not ask this. Next to her bedroom, what's to the left of that?
That looks like a closet.
That's a
it's
good point,
her
Debbie.
closet.
So, you said you heard what sounded like what breaking?
Like a dish or glass dish like falling to the floor.
And where were you when you heard this?
I was downstairs.
Did it wake you up, or were you already awake when you heard the sound?
No, it woke me up.
It was that loud?
Yeah.
So you wake up to this sound. It sounds like something's breaking, and what do?
First, I wait and listen, and because I thought Amie dropped a plate, or maybe the cat had knocked the plate over, and then I heard what I thought was Amie cleaning it up and walking over my bedroom.
I have a 3D video still showing the front of two properties, but this marked people's next in order, number 18.
Yes.
There's 18. All right. So you heard it sounded like something was clean, or that Amie was cleaning it up?
Yeah, it sounded like, it was footsteps coming from the area where it sounded like the glass dropped, which sounded like the living room. And then steps came towards the kitchen. So I just assumed Amie had cleaned it up and was carrying it to the kitchen.
So at this point, you didn't know whether Amie was in the home or whether she had gone somewhere?
No, yeah.
And what happened after that? Did you go back to sleep?
I might have checked some emails, might have watched some TV and dozed back off.
There's what?
I said I might have watched some more TV, watched some TV, or used the bathroom or got something to eat, and then dozed off eventually.
It's speculation.
Right. All right, and the way he's responded is speculative. I'll strike it. You don't exactly remember what you did, sir?
In general, I do.
All right.
Yeah,
we just don't want you to guess.
Well,
so if you don't know, just say you don't know.
I ate, I watched some TV, and I slept.
Okay, you're sure of that?
Yes.
And so after you did that, did something else happen?
Did something else happen when I
did
did
something cause you to wake up or for you to do something?
Well, later that night, yeah, I heard, I assumed was Amie screaming.
Tell the jury, what exactly is it that you heard?
It sounded like Amie's voice screaming, like blood-curdling screams.
Could you tell what she was screaming?
It was just loud. It screams. I thought she saw a mouse, literally. Like, as crazy as that sounds, that's like the only time I've heard a girl scream like that. It's like, it was, yeah.
What was so distinctive about the way it sounded to you that Amie was screaming? What was so distinctive about it?
Well, it threw me because she wasn't being jostled. Like, she was screaming from one place. So that's kind of what made me take a little while. I'm like, thinking she saw a mouse or something. I'm not, it's not moved. It's not moving, being jostled. That's what threw me in. It took a minute to, I don't know how else to describe it. Those blood curdling screams. It was just.
Well, let me ask you this. Were you asleep when you first heard the screams, or were you awake when you heard the screams?
Oh, I was asleep.
So the screams woke you up?
Oh, big time, yeah.
What do you mean by big time?
Well, yeah. I woke up like hard and quick, like adrenaline pumping a little bit.
And you said they were blood-curdling screams.
Yeah.
What else were you able to hear?
Well, when I yelled up there, I yelled her name up there.
Well, tell us exactly. Say it the way you said it that night. What did you say?
Well, it took me a minute to realize there was something really wrong, and I walked to my door and I just yelled up there, Amie, just yelled.
Well, how about you yell it the way you yelled it that day?
Amie!
And when you yelled it that way, was she screaming before you yelled it that way?
Yes.
And where were you standing when you yelled Amie in the fashion you just did here in court, which sounded loud? Where were you when you yelled out Amie the way you did here in court?
Yeah, I think I was in my doorway when that happened.
Can I have
another exhibit with pages?
It's like with this prosecutor, it sounds like he's doing a cross-examination of him. This does not sound like a prosecutor
with photographs 8
guiding his own witness.
People's Exit Order number 19.
Yes, 19A3, and with that, counsel, we're going to take a recess. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's be back tomorrow at 9:30. Have a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. All right, thank you.
Is that all for today? That's it? What? You only did a short day. Let me see. Yep, that's it. Interesting. So no. And he said, I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. So I wonder if, I don't know how long they were actually in session yesterday. So him saying, I'll see you at 9:30. So they're there today. They have a full day today, right? And then like today, okay, like when I say today, I know it's confusing because we just watched yesterday's stuff. They're not releasing it until the next day. But they have a full day today, right? think. So then we'll have, but they don't have court on Friday. So that works because we'll have our other trial that starts back in the morning, and that one won't be long. So we'll have the stuff that's going to be from today. We can watch tomorrow when we go into verdict watch. And then we will continue on with this one after the other one ends tomorrow. All right, so where is Marie Moss? Has Marie Moss posted it yet? Lord, there were so many objections. Y'all, it was a short day, and look how many objections there were. So many. So many. Something's beeping. Yes, today's will be tomorrow. We have okay, I don't think it's been posted yet. So we have court tomorrow will be short. And we have Rita taking the stand. Ugh, I don't even know how that's going to go. It's going to be interesting. I don't think that they have any more other than that. They're going to have who'd they have yesterday? I've got it on my notes, but I know they had a couple of witnesses yesterday because the state has obviously defense for Larry has rested. He was his one and only witness himself. And now we had a couple witnesses for Rita, the one character witness who knew her back in 1924 or whatever it was when they, worked together. Character witness from decades ago, but that's okay. No judgment. I mean, there's a lot of judgment, honestly, because who brings a character witness from 20 years ago, but whatever. So she had her, and then, she has her. I don't know if they're going to call her other daughters. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Let's call the locksmith again. You know why I hate the Mellie trial? As soon as I open my phone, I already have, I get, y'all, I still get Mellie crap sent to me. I have somebody who just messaged me and told me I need to stop listening to the media because the judge said Mellie's not guilty, and well, in that case, when have I ever listened to media? I go by court docs and trials. All right, let's call. Oh, shoot. What was his name? Hi, is Robert in? Hi, Robert. My name is Brandy, and I wanted to give you a quick call. I am actually, I have a YouTube channel, and I am doing some reporting on the trial. And I was watching yesterday. I was just hoping to know. I know that you wanted to say what was told to you, and I just wanted to see if you wanted to let us know. I know that they wouldn't let you say it in trial, so I was. Okay. 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 All right. Thank you. All right. Bye. Okay. So he said that he um he said that he doesn't want to comment on it publicly. He doesn't want to say anything about it. He feels like it would be best for him to keep it to himself. So worth a shot. I wanted to know what the locksmith knew. Oh well, he was nice about it. I want to know. I like knowing. Nosy. All right, so oh well, we gave it a shot. All right, so tomorrow we have court starting. Are they doing it early again in Judge Newman's court? I will have to pull it up. He did not offer to speak up after the trial, but you know I'm going to try again because y'all know how I am. All right, let me see. Ray Moss posted stats. I gotta go find them. Kathy, we tried. Oh, got my back. Miss Brandy Churchwell, critically acclaimed criminal chartologist. All right, where are... Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, that's not it. Hold on. Why can't I find it? I see. Okay, testimony was only 2 hours and 45 minutes. Did I miss your other thing? I'm scrolling and I may have missed it. Did you tag me? Oh, here it is. Okay. Stats. Okay. 9 sidebars, 73 objections. 73 objections. And 6 witnesses. 73 objections in that short of a time. That's got to be a new record, right? That has to be a new record. 73 objections, and court was, let me scroll back down. How long? And court was only 2 hours and 45 minutes. 73 objections. That's hilarious. That's insane. I'm also curious about why the defense attorney, the prosecutor, leads his line of questioning as if, like, he does it as if it's a dang cross-examination. Like, he is not, like, I know bedside manner ain't the right term because, like, that's a doctor term, but it's, I don't know how else to say, like, his way of walking, through the line of questioning with his own witness is not exactly the style that I'm used to. And, oh, I forgot I was supposed to make that into a poll. I got too excited to see it. My bad. I failed. Failure. I am not used to his style of that. And it's really, aggressive-ish, I guess, is what how I would describe it. He's abrasive, Jody Algo. That's the perfect word, abrasive. He is not his courtside manner. Yes, his courtside manner. There you go. He's not very, it's not effective, I don't think. My personal opinion as a chartologist, as Brooklyn says. Yeah. Not my jam. That's okay. But kind of interesting to watch it. But when you have your own witnesses that are up there and you're trying to, get them through this line of questioning and get, because let's be honest, the whole reason that they have these witnesses up there is because they're trying to get the information to the jury. And you can't get the information to the jury if you are keeping your witness like on edge by the way that you are coming at them. He's already, Michael's already struggling up there, having a tough time. He's, you can tell that he is emotionally distraught and has, like obvious trauma from this. And he's up there. Okay, but what did you say? But how did you do it? Why don't you tell us how you did it? Like, it's very, it's just that aggression is not the way to treat a witness who has gone through trauma. So it's interesting to watch. And it's interesting that that's the tactic. I'm not used to the styles of either of these two attorneys at this point. But let me tell y'all, this judge, I am here for it. I love him. I think he's hilarious. I'm digging his red microphone. I'm digging his jokes and about, the Stairmaster and stuff. And he's a trip. And he's kind of over their nonsense. So very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. So here's our plan. We have, if you've missed this one, I know some people joined in late today. If you've missed this one, we have the openings and the first witnesses and everything from yesterday. That is on, I made a playlist for this trial so you can find everything together. This one will be on it as well. So yesterday we streamed the very first day of trial. Today's day 2. Tomorrow they will release day 3, but we will not start watching it until we go into verdict watch on the other one. So we're going to have like a dual stream tomorrow, basically. We will finish up in Judge Newman's courtroom and watch Rita testify. Oh, Lord, got to watch Rita testify. As soon as they go into verdict watch, then we will pull up this trial and start catching up on it. So that is our plan for the day. And as for today, we get off a little bit early, which actually works out good. Trolls actually works out good for me because I still have a whole nother podcast episode that I need to get started on. Also, if you were not here for the talk about the podcast, I'm doing the podcast episodes, like kind of recaps of the days of what we're going through in here. And it's kind of like if you miss a day, or if you just, have to be kind of in and out and miss stuff and you want to make sure you don't miss anything, or if you're, watching a different trial somewhere else and just still want to know what's going on with this one, whatever. I have episodes. They're each about anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour for most of them. And they cover, most of them cover a few days of trial. So we will, the one for the Christina story was released this morning. That one's only going to be 2 episodes because it's a short trial. This one I won't do till after that. But also, I'm kind of starting like another branch to this, and I'm going to do controversy in Canton. So I'm going to do an entire podcast season on the Karen Reed story. I think that it is one of the most interesting that I've seen in a while. Not only the evidence and the fierceness of the debate over the evidence, but also, I know I keep calling them the Boston Murdochs, but that's what they remind me of. Like the power that this and the connections that this one, group has in this area. It reminds me of, dealing with like Murdoch stuff where, everybody can work together to railroad one person to protect their own. And I'm not saying that's what happened necessarily yet. We'll get into that on the podcast, but that's going to be starting, and I'm going to do 1 episode per week on that. And I'm going to have a bunch of cool guests on, names that you will recognize, familiar names, and talking about the evidence, and we're going to break it all down. And I'm really excited about it. All right. So Nurse for God just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. We have 5 new members.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Thank you, Nurse for God, for bringing us 5 more best friends. You the best. You the best. Oh, look who just came sneaking on in. Like it's no big deal. Like you weren't supposed to be here. All right. Oh, let me show you one more thing, and then we're going to go because I got stuff I got to get done today. Okay. So 13th Juror Podcast, 13thjurorpodcast.com. Let me show you what we got, what we're working with. Make Beach Cam a little bit shorter for a minute. All right. So if you go to the website, 13thjurorpodcast.com, this is the new one that's coming, the controversial case of Karen Reed. But also you have the podcast episodes you can get anywhere you get your podcast. The most recent ones show up on here too. And then there's also an episode and series guide. So if you go to this, they'll have, like, for this one, for example, if you go to the hot car death, I have pictures, if you want to kind of see some behind the scenes stuff. I have video streams of the trial if there's any parts you missed you wanted to watch. So I have just some extra stuff like this, and then some pictures of people in court and stuff like that. So I have these for each of the, look at that mug on him. Bye, Thommy. But I have these for each of the podcasts. So it's kind of like a extra little visual aid for any of the podcast stuff. So that's all I got. I've been working hard on this, y'all. So I hope you like it. And if you don't, listen anyway and give me a 5-star rating anyway, because why not? All right. That is all I got for today. I will find out exactly what time we're going to start tomorrow, and I'll post it later. I'm assuming, unless he's trying to start earlier. Oh, yes, thank you. The George Wagner hearing, they postponed that. So I did get off yesterday. That was on my list of to-do stuff yesterday. My list of to-do stuff that's like this. I did check on that yesterday, and it was postponed. So we still don't know if they are going to move his trial or not. So all right, that's all I got. So I will see y'all. Oh, Judge said 9 on Judge Newman, our favorite judge of all time, said 9 o'clock. So that means we'll start about 15 minutes beforehand. Sound good? All righty. All right, y'all. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out and reporting to jury duty. This has been a circus day, and I love the circus days. I think that they are a nice little break from the trauma sometimes. So we had a little bit of sadness and trauma, but for the most part, today was a circus day. So happy Friday Eve. I will see y'all in the morning. Thank you for reporting to look, she's already jumping up. She's like, it's time for a walk. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. I will see y'all in the morning.